figure it out on my own. My destiny to be in dark to shine my light. I'm not walking this path alone, but I can feel alone. I can feel alone, but I'm not alone. I'm held in trust. The Trinity is the protection of us in this world of trickery and scams. If you are legit, you must honor the contract between the family of the Empire of Nubia. That's who we are. We represent trust. Ain't no playing with us. You must respect us. If you talking to me, then you talking to us. We the people, the Lion King, El Yagar, and me, Akshita V, the matriarchal mother, my supreme justice. It's me, ain't no deceiving me. It's our time now. Stop playing with us. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. I'm taking notes to figure it out on my own. My destiny to be in dark to shine my light. I'm not walking this path alone. Talking about this is an opportunity of a lifetime with no face value. I know y'all crazy. Y'all may not see much of us, but what we coming with right now is Matriarch LLC, Ubuntu, a Maxim Trust, Third World Order, Agape Love and Wisdom, Empowerment in the Middle, the new reality with the conquering Lion of Judah, Jah Rastafari. We give praise. We are dignified royalty. Fort Matriarch got boots on the ground. And we coming with so much more. We operating in love. We are the Empire of Nubia. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believe in me. Deceiving me. Deceiving me instead of believing me.
Islamism.
Greetings and high heaven to you and everybody. So, how are you?
Very well, Star. How are you?
Busy today, busy, and I'm glad to be here tonight. We're talking about what's this episode 26?
26 or 27? I'm always ahead of everything inside of my brain. I don't know why that is.
It's got to be 26.
Because last week was 25, so it's only fair that today is 26. Okay.
Yes.
So I mean that adds up then. Okay. Yes, it does.
Yep. So that's where we are. And so here we are again. And so much is going on. So we're talking about the current events so we can kind of, just discuss all this stuff that's going on all around us. Yeah, we have nation business. We have, but then at the same time, while we are in the process of nation building, we are also in the midst of these current events that are taking place, which is not, if not affecting us personally, interpersonally, because, is outside of us. And other people are going through things. And so we want to acknowledge that.
Indeed. So to the people in Florida, we salute you. We hope all is well with you and your families. I called mine down there today. They straight. Y'all know BC and Sour. They down there, they straight. There was I looked, there were like 5 people who passed away. They rebirthed themselves to the other side of the energy. And so
I like
yeah,
that. Birth themselves to the other side of the energy. I ain't never heard that before.
well,
Rebirth.
we always say you don't pass away, you don't die. Your energy goes to the next level. So, you know, I as much as I tell everybody else to update themselves and upload, I do my very best to make sure that I upload, download. Uh, it is something. Download, install, and update. I make sure that I put myself through that rigmarole, because if I'm gonna keep talking the way I talk, I have to be the first one, right? So yeah, people don't die, energy doesn't die, it moves to the next round. And so those people who passed away, they went to the next round. And so have fun in the next round. I don't even want to say now I think about it, rest in peace don't even fit that no more, because if their energy and they're moving, they're not resting, are they? So
Right. And it's
enjoy
not
that.
always peaceful because of how it happened.
And see, that's the thing too, right? So we don't really know what happens on the other side. We've been given images, but what if you were such a demon here that when you go over to the other side, like you do experience something like hell, you know?
I
Your
mean,
energy.
because why not? Here you have free will to change. You have the opportunity to change. That's why I say don't wait till it's too late. And the only time it's too late is when you are dead. So I heard when I was younger that you could do wrong your whole life. And if at the last moment, your last breath, you say, God forgive me, you will be forgiven of all your sins. I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. And back in the days when the church first started, the Vatican, let's put it more appropriately, the popes used to sell indulgences, which meant when you came in and you paid me as the pope or the bishop or cardinal or whatever, once you paid for the sin, all your sins were removed. And so this type of idea is
Oh
part of
yeah,
the
I remember that. That's in the history books.
yeah. And so Martin Luther is one of the first people to call them out on stuff like, or one of the biggest names known to call them out on that type of deal, tell them they didn't have a right to do that. That's not anything about God. That's man's greed. Y'all are just getting paid. You can't do that to people. So Martin Luther, he started in the Lutheran Church we all know of. We heard of the Lutheran Church. It comes from Martin Luther, who went against the Pope and nailed something on a church door, telling them that the Pope was crazy and a thief. And so the indulgences are much like what they promise you for heaven and hell today. Your
Yes,
sins
right,
being washed and things of that nature. It's all the same spiel.
right. And so they
Yes.
did away with that.
Yes.
And then it became tithes and offerings.
Yes. And not to confuse it, because tithes and offerings were always a part of. So if we examine, well, in current events, excuse me, if we examine, well, how did the churches, and when I say church, I mean all aspects of religions and temples and things of that nature. I'm not picking on the church, but
Right.
how what made them do this? Well, if you study the pagans had the celestial seasons, and the equinoxes and things of that nature, and they would leave gifts for the gods, and these gifts would be food and gold and silver and all, and it belonged to the gods.
That's
Well,
why
the
they
church,
call it the altar.
and the church came along and took what was for the gods. Now,
And the
instead of giving that to
libations,
the, say that again,
and the libations is the
and the
drinking
church,
of the blood and the body.
and all of that came from paganism and whatever pagan religions were around at the time. And this is
That's
where,
funny.
come on, because listen, every religion, I don't care which religion you want to bring up, every religion has paganism in it, and
Right.
or customs and traditions that came from paganism. That's why,
Right.
as far as us being Moors, I'm not scared to say, according to what the Abrahamic faith teach, we're pagans. And the reason why people aren't listening to us is because we say Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and they're all like, Prophet Noble, where he come from? He's not in any of the books. And so we're denied like the right at those type of tables because of, but Prophet Noble Drew Ali. But all of this is made up anyways, and it's made up from the universal system, and it's made up from our body. We have 12 nerve endings or major nerve endings or something like that in our bodies. And so everything, the Jesus and the 12 disciples and all of that, it comes from the universe and our body, and this is where all these things in church come from.
It was the periodic table that let me know that the whole time we have been studying ourselves and we don't even know that it's ourselves that we're studying. So we're so out of tune with ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Cells. We are out of tune with our cells, our molecular, cellular body.
I got Shabaka on Facebook.
What up,
saying
Shabaka?
greetings
Baka
from
Baka.
Sin City. What's up, Shabaka?
Baka Baka.
Shabaka, please listen to the conversation that we're having tonight. And if you feel like coming in later, please speak to what we're speaking on. When you
Don't
come
come
on,
over here start no mess. Don't start nothing.
please
It won't
speak to
be
the
nothing.
subject
All right?
that we're speaking on, Shabaka, and hold down the cussing, man. We're asking you not to cuss. We want children to hear this later without all the foulness. Plus, like they say, it's said that cussing shows the inability to use extensive wording. So, like, cussing diminishes your ability to be smart. I mean, I'm at a lack of words to describe it right now, but the thing is, y'all understand what I'm saying. So we don't mind if you stumble over your words and stuff like that, but we want to hold down the cussing. And my mother said that ass isn't a bad word because it's in the Holy Scriptures. So if you say ass, I won't say nothing, but all the other stuff, we got. Thank you, Shabaka. You know how to find us on YouTube if you want to get in, Shabaka. Okay, so all right, so to the people in Florida, peace and blessings to you.
Okay, so in reference to those in Florida, Lazarus Lamel and his wife Thea have marked themselves safe outside of Florida. He did a live video today and let everybody know they were okay. They were in Baton Rouge. Yeah, they in Louisiana.
Down in the Creole quarters.
Yes.
Yes.
And so they are with family and they are safe and they were bowling and having fun. So because I called the other day and I'm like, hey, y'all finna sit this next storm out because you done already stayed. You had your house was flooded. They was trudging through water above their knees, trying to, and he got a lot of electronical equipment. So he had to get all that stuff, and they survived that last storm, and it was already flooded. And this one is supposed to be much stronger. I'm like, so he was like, he was talking like he was trying to stay, but I'm like, come on now, you got to go somewhere. At least go up. You go to somebody's house. Somebody will let you come, knowing you in that storm. So I'm glad that they have evacuated that area and they are safe. So
Yeah, peace and love to you, brother Lazarus and family. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for bringing that to light. Didn't know Brother Lazarus was down there like that.
Yeah.
And I invited him, Daryl Cosma, and Shabaka, and young lady Ivory Skills. I put her on the Facebook. I hit them all up. Okay, so
do you
say that?
No, I was gonna say you want to play the clip was on about the hurricane.
Yes, that's all. Now, are you able to play it, or do I have to play it?
Set up already.
Okay, so now build up for what's about to be played. I guess over the past 25 shows, 26 shows, we've been talking a lot about us taking accountability for ourselves. And so Shabaka just put up here, I have a feeling an earthquake is going to hit in California. And Shabaka, so listen, you hope you're wrong, but you know you could be right? And then not only that, with an earthquake, y'all could have a tsunami. And the way they've been talking over there, y'all could have danger, right? So what are the people on the ground doing right now to avert that? So this is the type of thing that we've been talking about. And so now this is where I don't mean to be cruel to people. No sympathy, no empathy. Please go ahead, play that video.
Yo, man, it's on Tampa, man. On from Tampa. What's up, bro? How was everything out there? It look like rain right now, heavy wind, but I'm gonna just keep it above, man. This ain't where it's at, man. Yeah, I'm gonna say y'all right in the middle of it. The eye gonna hit the eyes hitting Tampa from what the map shows right now. Man, from my heart, bro. I'm scared, and then we still recovering from Helene, and it's like, bro, I want to get this up on the chest. Bro, this government is playing in our faces. Man. It don't matter if it's Republican. They playing in our faces, bro. You get Ukraine come over here, they get what they want. You get immigrants come over here, they get what they want.
Okay, we can't hear it correctly. Side Star.
People get denied, bro. We can't. Prices coming over here, $10,000 food stamps, bro. Fucking goddamn $5,000 cash prices, man. This shit hurting, bro. We better do that damn this.
Yeah, we can't hear that correctly. So I tell you what it is, because many of you probably heard it. It's a clip from The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne and DJ Khaled, and a brother was on there talking about Florida, and he's scared. He's scared, people. I'm telling y'all, because the storm is coming. They don't call FEMA. FEMA's not helping them. And I'm not laughing at my people's in danger because FEMA is not helping them. I'm laughing because we're trying to tell y'all, if we don't take the accountability for us, the way this young man was on that video, dang near in tears, there's going to be a whole bunch of us laying around in tears for simple things that we could have handled now. Now, Shabaka is saying today, he thinks like the West Coast is prime for an earthquake, which after the earthquake, a tsunami. But what have Shabaka and the people over there on that side, how have they come together to do anything about the danger that's imminent in front of them? What have they done? And this is our failure. The inability to mobilize, organize, and facilitate and do all the things that needs to be done to save us basically from ourselves. Because if we know a storm is coming and we haven't put up any barriers to save ourselves, then it's like we messing over ourselves. We keep asking everybody else for a handout to help us. They're not coming. Do you see?
What kind of barriers you think people can put up? Because
well, a barrier. Let's use that figuratively, because a barrier could be like we're on the East Coast, right?
Right.
And so a barrier for me is everybody on the East Coast understanding if we have a problem from the ocean, don't nobody jump on I-95. You're face smack in the ocean. You think you're running someplace jumping on I-95? You don't know the other roads? You don't know where to go to be safe? You're on I-95 in other areas that are going to flood quickly. These are the roads you're on. That's only because we didn't plan ahead.
Yeah, and you're right about that. And so most people aren't thinking to prepare for the disaster or how to prepare for the disaster. And so many people post so much good information on how to survive, if we don't have electricity or and we need to be taking notes of those types of things and then begin to practice. We have to come together to train ourselves and get those people who are skilled with those abilities to come and teach those who are willing to travel to the destination to learn something. And so I've already shown myself that I can and I will travel for something like that, but my daughters have to be safe. If not with me, they need to be safe when I'm not there.
Yes.
And so that opportunity just hasn't presented itself the way that it needs to for me to move. So
you mean to go help people?
No, to train. There's nothing you can do
when train people.
There's train people on survival techniques. There's nothing that the people can do when the government has set their agenda into play. And when the disaster comes, they have already thought years ahead of time on this. They have been very patient in this time and coming of all of these things. I even saw that there's evidence in a book that has been written about Hurricane Helene and the destruction along the North Carolina coastline. Not only that, there's also evidence of lithium in the mountains and caves in that area. They want to get people out of the way so they can take that lithium and use it for these electric all electric type vehicles so they can make more of them, because soon they're not going to be able to trade for petroleum anymore. That's what's happening. And so and then I found this very interesting because, like I was telling you, I was studying the BRICS, right? BRICS. The BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And they just recently made an agreement and admitted 6 more countries: Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Okay, now, all of these countries are mass petroleum producers, especially I'm thinking Venezuela, but Argentina, Venezuela, right there with one another. So I think it's very interesting. So then I learned how what they call the COP, the Conference of the Parties, and this is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And they're talking about the ice walls of Argentina coming and referring to Argentina as that sleeping giant. So I'm thinking, you know, the sleeping giant, the giant out of the sea that they talk about in Revelations, is a landmass. It's not a human or a species of some sort. It is a landmass. And Argentina is that landmass. So I was starting to think, I was like, what if, see, Argentina came into my psyche well before Argentina became a large topic of conversation that everybody's having on the internet now. Nobody was talking about Argentina. Then I mentioned something about Argentina, and I ain't saying I'm the first one. I'm just saying in the era and time in which we are in now, I spoke it and it spread like a wildfire because people started thinking about it. Let us do look into Argentina and see what's going on and how it's associated with everything. And so this is when all the researchers got busy. You know what I'm saying? And so nonetheless, I said, is the sleeping giant of the sea awakened by the chaos in climate control? It has no other choice but to awaken. So I was thinking, what if Argentina is the new Earth? And the only people that can get in and live in Argentina are the ones who have not gotten the shot. And everybody who's received that shot has to stay in the confines. And that's why they're building the wall. It's not to keep Mexicans out, because that's obviously not the truth.
That's a heck of a, especially when you consider like these zombie movies and everybody at a wall trying to get in or out of the wall in order to do whatever it is. That makes it like triple hilarious. Everything that, to me, but I guess I have a morbid sense of humor, but that makes it triple hilarious to me.
It saddens me because I have family that have taken the shot, and I know that we'll be separated. And I had visions when I was younger of something happening and I would have to be separated from my family. It's like I was so different from everybody in my family that if they didn't listen to me and follow what I was saying to them, they were going to have to be left behind, because I was already receiving messages as a child. And I saw what was taking place, and I saw the truth in people, and I saw the deceit in people. You know what I'm saying? And I just learned to grow in watching the deceitfulness in people and the truthfulness in people, paying attention to those things. So if you were deceitful, I didn't have much to do with you. You know, and if I did, it was only because I was using your gift in deceitfulness to do something righteous.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Mm-hmm.
Hallelujah.
Amen and hallelujah.
So this is this is what we're talking about. This is where we're talking. People better get with it, because I'm gonna tell y'all, this is hilarious all the way around the board. Everything that's going on to me is hilarious, because even okay, so Florida, we wish you well. Any other because Mississippi or someplace too got hit, right?
Oh, Mexico.
Yeah, wherever y'all are, we wish you all well.
Mexico is under mud floods, where cars are buried under mud. It has been a massive mudslide from all the, you can see camera images of the waves coming in almost like a tsunami on top of the city. And nobody's talking about what happened in Mexico. So Mexico is also being destroyed by this disaster monster of a storm that has been created. These storms, a hurricane, when it came, it would only, it would do what a hurricane would do, and everybody could make it through. It wasn't unless you lived in a high flood area and you knew that area was gonna flood because of where the water was coming from. You know this, so you know to get on out the way. You accept those that you're liable and accountable for having to get up and evacuate yourself and your family in a time like that. But when Hurricane Katrina, I believe, was the first that they used these this technology in HAARP system or whatever, and they saw the damage that could be done. And they got exactly what they wanted, which was the landmass. They wanted the people out of the way. And this is something that they have been practicing for centuries. Most of the lakes in these cities in the middle parts of this continent are man-made, drowned cities to be forgotten, as if they never existed. And nobody talks about that. When you see an area on the map and it's water, sometimes it was a city, and those people come back to claim their stuff they had nowhere to claim. And they probably blamed it on some natural disaster. And
well, that just with the dams. When they built the dams and told the people that the lakes dried up, the little rivers dried up. Did they really? Or 20 years later, did we find out you put a dam up in the north side of it or wherever it was flowing from, and that's how that particular area became dry? Because all over New Haven, you go through different areas and you see these little wells.
Yeah.
I don't want to say a well. It's not a well. It's a river bed where water ran. And now they're dried up, or there's little tricklings of water down there. And so these run through various neighborhoods. And if this water was still running, and I know a lot of them are freshwater areas, if this water was still running, you couldn't sell bottled water. Poland Springs would go out of business if this water was still running. So now I multiply that across the continent, and this is what's going on. They built dams, dried up the inner cities where you and I live, and now they're charging us for the very things that were free, that we all shared. After they poisoned it, they poisoned some, and now because they had to establish the economic concept of scarcity.
Right.
See, they couldn't, when this whole thing first started, even in their writings, everything was in abundance. There was more than enough. They reported back that we could eat for hundreds of years over here. What happened? What happened? And then if you measure waste, when you talk about economics, food and consumption, when you talk about waste from these restaurants and grocery stores on the dock, that's the abundance. But in the economics, it's scarcity. But how many tons of food are thrown away every year? Does anybody have any idea of how many tons of food get thrown away every year in the United States?
Way too much.
way too much. And then you turn around and tell me there's people starving. There's nobody starving. It's like when people are starving, like if I said people were starving, it's like, okay, the food is there, you're just not eating. So you're starving. What do you want me to do?
And why are we not using compost to grow more food?
Because it makes too much sense. People couldn't
Yeah.
make their millions of dollars.
Right.
And this is
Start
where
stepping in somebody's pocket.
the United States wastes between 30 to 40%, 30 to 40% of its food supply. This is equivalent to 133 billion pounds of food worth $161 billion. Now, this was taken in 2010.
That's crazy. Now, imagine what it is now. Because they just building more fast food restaurants on each corner. I'm like, what? There's every other corner on every other side of the street is a Starbucks, a McDonald's,
and why do we think this
a Wendy's?
Where is your first medicine cabinet? Where everybody's first medicine cabinet? Where is it? Because everybody has their own medicine cabinet. Where's yours? The first
refrigerator.
In your kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So I said in your refrigerator because it's your kitchen, right? The refrigerator. That's where it is. They're throwing the medicine away. The natural medicine is getting thrown away. So, we take this as what can we do about it? In a lot of cases, people don't understand this. It's not what you do. It might be what you don't do. It might be what you stop doing. It might be what you sacrifice. It might be what you get your needs and wants in order, your priorities in order. And you start realizing certain things I don't need. I'm going to tell you all right now. I love beef ribs. I don't go crazy to buy them. I love oxtails. I don't need oxtails or beef ribs. I love them though. I love seafood. I can be satisfied with fish. I don't need shrimp and squid and all the rest of it every time I sit down. Oysters and all that. I don't need all that every time I sit down to eat seafood. Just give me some good fish. Sacrifice. Let some things go. This is where we're failing ourselves.
I stopped shopping and having an abundance of food here because I realized how much food was being wasted. So I start buying food by the every couple days. I plan out the meals, you know what I'm saying? And so my goal is to plan out what we're going to eat so I know what we have and what we need. And so throughout the week, I may have to go and buy one other thing to go with the meal. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm buying just essentials, the basic items that you need in your cabinets and refrigerator. I buy those things, all the time. But as far as like buying bulks of food, just having the refrigerator and the freezer stocked for no reason at all, I stopped doing that. And so I find that it keeps me more motivated to cook because I'm knowing what everything's going to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm knowing what it's going to be for the most part. So that's
welcome, Nazarene. Essene Faithist, peace and love to you. We're just discussing current events, nothing too major. A lot of stuff.
Everything we talk about is major.
Yeah, but so if I laugh, right, I'm not laughing at the people or the situation. I'm laughing, one, I told you it was I told you it was going to happen. I told you to what extent it was going to happen, and now you see these things happening right in front of you. And I'm not saying like Notre Dame or anything, but I told you. So my one of my cautions is, if we don't get it together on the ground with each other, things like this storm are going to come, and we're going to have more grown men on phones talking about, you know, they're miserable, they're scared, they don't know what's going to happen. That's only because you and I didn't take each other seriously and talk to each other about saving our families. Everywhere we are needs to get on the job. So after that, that's when it becomes humorous to me, because you were told. People, anything happen on this coast over here, up here by Connecticut and all that, and people jump on I-95 thinking that they're gonna be safe, and the water's coming in, I feel sorry for them. And if I see you driving, I'm gonna giggle at the fool who was told to stay off 95 years ago, but you didn't listen because you let other people come in your ear and tell you, oh, because of the way we're shaped, that the Long Island Sound won't allow the water to creep up here and wipe it. What, is you the creator? Are they the creator? And what are you listening to them for? Once the nature gets moving, there's no stopping nature. So don't tell me what that water can't do. That water will do at any given time what the nature has put in motion. And if that means that the Atlantic Ocean jumps up on the eastern seaboard, then that's what's going to happen. So we don't get it right and know that, we got to say, well, where do we go? How do we go? What's this? What's that? If we don't know these answers, we look like a bunch of fools. And I refuse to ever look like a fool to satisfy anybody, anytime, anywhere. I won't do it.
I'm never volunteering for that role again.
So we're telling y'all today, y'all need to wake up, get with your families, and start talking about how to keep you safe in case of these disasters. Because when you say they're in the future, well, I guess Florida's in the past now.
It's only those families that have a close-knit relationship that are concerned for one another in that manner, and are making plans like you're talking about. That's a family who knows how to run their family as a business.
And our families don't. The major amount of our families, we lose them right now. In Florida, the major amount of our families would be lost because everything that leads up to that storm, it's not cool. Nobody's paying attention.
The thing is that some people can't afford to leave no matter what the conditions are. They can't afford to leave.
Now, okay, so see this whole thing. I
can only imagine at a hard time, a financial hardship, and it's some devastation coming my way. I have no idea what I would do.
You got 2 feet?
I mean,
you need to know what direction you headed. You got 2 feet, you got a bat. So that means in your house right now, you have a backpack. Anything go wrong, you ready to snatch just that backpack. Everything else is done. I'm out. I'm just snatching this backpack.
I've already done that.
Oh, okay. So this is like, no matter, I comprehend that we are not prepared for this.
Yeah, I've already done it, and it took me some time to prepare myself to be able, and not only just prepare myself, I had to prepare my daughters as well to learn how to move like that. If we absolutely just had to pick up and leave everything, you better already have in your mind what you taking and what you ain't taking. Excuse me, and as long as it can fit on your back.
So when we talk about families, right? Certain ones of us might be what they term the black sheep in the family. But then the rest of that family is close. The rest of the family is close. Now, you and I might look at it and say, well, they're close on BS. Because, you know, black sheep, we look at it and say they're close on BS, right? But they're close, and we know this. Save yourselves. Get together and save yourselves. You see the situations, you see what's going on. Prepare that for your homes, wherever you are now. Prepare the safety. Now, when we say if we're preparing, right? In my family, we have a couple of aunts who might be stuck in those homes, you know, care homes and stuff like that. But as we're talking to the family, somebody should bring auntie up. What we gonna do about her? What we gonna do about this one? What we gonna do about that one? So I understand some people can't leave, but if we start talking, those people will find a way to leave. You know why? Thug brothers, gangster brothers, you put a few $100s together, you go to the bus company, anything go wrong, like the school bus company, put a few hundred together, anything go wrong, we come in to get a bus. You go over here, anything go wrong, we come in to get a bus. You give those people a down payment and you get the receipt saying anything go wrong, we come in to get a bus. Huh? Now things go wrong, you got a reason, a way to take them into court later. Everybody has a position and something to do. Everybody. That's how we got to think. Because that, if you could have heard that video from the brother said it. Oh, FEMA, FEMA isn't helping us. Everybody done sent off the documents and FEMA's not helping us. If FEMA's not helping you, that means you got to help yourself. That's all. It ain't nothing to be. It ain't no mystery. I mean, like, stop.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's like they give people the opportunity to be self-sufficient. And if you fail at your self-sufficiency, they come in to save the day. But you got to agree to something. You're going to have to agree to something. It ain't going to be as easy as it has been, because if you're watching what's going on, you've experienced all the situation that they had going on, you know it's time to go. So basically, it's like, we coming to take your land, whether you agree with it or not. Now, since you didn't take the nice offer, now we want it dead or alive.
Yes.
We coming to take it, whether you dead or alive. We want it, and we gonna take it.
Because we take blood from rocks around here. We'll get the blood out of a rock around here. Don't tell us you can't get blood from a rock. I guarantee you, up in the government, they got a way to get blood out of a rock. Guarantee you. And not a rock, out of you. When you think you're not, they got a way to make you say, yes, you will.
Yeah.
So, in current events, listen, because I'm not going to stay on this long, but I got to say it. Current events. Hollywood is a shame. Hollywood is pitiful. But
is it true they took the Hollywood sign down?
I don't know. I don't know if they took the Hollywood sign down. Brother, people got hurt. Why are you laughing? About 7 or 8 years ago, I sat on Rob One. I think that was a Rob One show. And I revealed to people about my charges from my ex-wife and what I was already exposed to. Yo, we better be careful. These sexual people, they're coming out. And they're coming out gang. Everybody who was watching the video started attacking me. Like I didn't know what I was talking about. Do I feel vindicated today? Do you see what's going on today? And California, if you get caught as a pedophile, you get 2 days in jail.
2 days.
Federal government needs to run down there and take all them people out of their seat. I know, and I'm advocating for it. You need to send the United, whatever we got, them guards. You need to send them National Guards into California and up them people out of their seats. 2 days for pedophilia? You don't. And if we're not supposed to use those words, don't get mad at us. It has to end. Children are constantly in danger. And we adults who are responsible for them, I apologize. Here's the thing that gets to me, right? I grew up in a day when men were men, or men were supposed to be men, right? And a lot of the things that I heard from men was, I'm a man. Nobody gonna tell me I'm a man. What? What happened? What happened to that man? Where the men at? It's sickening, yo. It's sick. And then people get mad if the sisters want to get together. I can't get mad at that. They want love. They want comfort. How many of us have died and left our women and children? And I mean in the streets. We died. We got shot up by each other in the streets. We out there. How many of us done use these women past? Past whatever decency you want to talk about. How many of us have left them flat broke after they build up their little accounts or whatever? How many of us have left them flat broke? Aren't we tired of destroying ourselves? Because the same thing I'm saying to the brothers, I'll say to the sisters, back to the sisters, playing that feminism game. What was the thing? Because you don't hear it. I'm an independent woman.
INDEPENDENT.
Oh, they had a whole thing like that with it. I didn't hear that part. That must have been in a rap song. I don't pay attention to rap songs. Like, yeah, it was. Okay. Just by the way you said it, I can hear the rap song in it. We're not tired of destroying ourselves yet? Our children are destroyed because we are destroying them by what we don't do. Because I know there's a lot of good parents out there, but we drop the ball allowing our children to associate, and then we make, we don't want to offend anybody. Everybody has a right, and everybody gets to express their opinion. Listen, this is some tomfoolery. When you start talking like this and everybody gets to express their opinion, and if your opinion isn't facts, we don't really want to hear it. Because we're trying to fix the dam before the flood hits us. So what you think should happen ain't necessarily what should happen. What you know should happen, what we know should happen, that's what should happen. What we think and what we feel don't matter. Mason Perrier water.
Cheers.
Is it good? Cheers. What flavor?
It's water. Sparkling water.
Okay, sometimes those water cans have different flavors in them other than water. So what's going on in California, in Hollywood, is indicative of what's going on right in our own neighborhoods. City Hall, your nonprofit organizations, your children's youth organizations. What's going on in Hollywood is happening right in your backyard. Right. Now, how long is it going to take y'all to wake up to that? You see your school system? See what's happening with the children? Oh, they don't know what gender they are. How they don't? When you look at them, they either have something or they don't. If they have something sticking out, they're a man. And if they don't, they're a woman. Plain and simple. So you see your children.
I watched this movie. This movie, and it was about this mother. She was young. She had been abused by her grandmother and uncle. And they repeatedly over years. And so when she finally had children, she had 2 daughters. She told both of them that they were boys. And one of the girls was in class. They were teenagers in high school. One of them was in class doing work on the chalkboard, and her menses started. And she didn't know why she was bleeding.
Wow.
And it took the school to talk to them, to tell them, you are not boys. Who told you you were boys? You are not boys. And they were so very convinced that they were boys. And so one continued the life of attraction to same sex, and the other one actually became a street worker and got involved with a pimp.
Wow.
And they basically trapped their mother in the basement and tortured her until the police found her, and she was able to tell that story. Now, I don't know where they got that plot and that storyline from, but just imagine the life.
The little girls ended up trapping their mother in the basement from abusive feelings and things of that nature, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? And notice that the children, the mother herself was abused first. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah, so and so see that all that circle and that cycle there. And so is this something that has just come to light, or is this like a 20-year-old story, or what?
No, this is one of them. It's on Tubi.
Oh, it was a movie.
Yeah,
but it doesn't. It's not what year all of this took place in.
No, it's a recent situation. It was a like a low budget type of film. Somebody wrote this movie and produced this movie, and they did a really good job.
And see, the sad part with that is there's a movie named Cindy. It's a Cinderella story from the hood, and in it, the father makes mention of dressing his daughter up and putting her on the streets. Because Cinderella's the stepdaughter to the mother. So in the movie, they have the little girl come from her mother's house, like from down south up to Harlem, New York, and so she's reintroducing herself into her father. And then within the first 20 minutes or 30 minutes of the show, he makes some off-turn remark.
Remember, you mentioned that before.
Yeah, and because there are several movies where this inappropriate talk goes on, which shows that, like, in the fabric of society, this is something that somebody wanted and these people expected and that they were looking for. And like, if some people, when they do crime, they'll bring somebody along with them just so that person, so you notice that person, what that person did. You talk about that person. They're not talking about, so I don't get talked about. I don't mess somebody else up in the situation. And so that's very prevalent. That's very prevalent in our communities, where the real agitator is never caught, because the one who was with him, that person feels like they, I don't want to squill. I don't want to tell. But the agitator, after they put you in jail, then they go get somebody else and put them in jail and put somebody else in jail and put P. Diddy. From what they say about P. Diddy, allegedly, this is his type of operation, right? But it's not P. Diddy, because lo and behold, P. Diddy was touched when he was a kid by adults. So this is the part to me where as a man, P. Diddy, you're wrong.
That's that grooming. That's that grooming. And if you are groomed into situations, it's normal. And so, say for instance, Say, for instance, I had this revelation the other day.
It's normal.
Say, I had, this was a revelation that I had. Now, this goes back hundreds of years. So, say, for instance, you know how they say, back during the slave days, the fathers used to break the daughters in so they would, so they would not be, so they would already be broken in before the master or whatever would abuse them, right? And so what if they did the same thing to the young boys? Hey, this happened to me, so I have to do this to you. So, or in as far as like being into the industry and raising them up, being touched and you know what I'm saying, molested and things like that. Because if you want to be a superstar, if you want to be famous, this is the stuff that you got to do. So you might as well go ahead and let me help you through it. And that's a grooming process.
And that grooming process is like, how do I say this? A 21 gun salute, dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots, disappeared into the crowd. All they seen was troops. This little nigga Nas says he's live like me. All right, that's Tupac. But 21 guns, yo, for the grooming. That's, to me, that's what we're talking about. Because as a grown man now, this happened to you as a child. As a grown man, knowing how you felt inside about yourself, you shouldn't want to put that on nobody else.
But if you don't went through your whole life with this and then you actually seen the results, you look, this didn't happen to you. You know what I'm saying? And yes, number one, if you have a choice, people are making choices. Because you don't have to continue that behavior just because something bad happened to you. You can choose to do better.
Amen. And that is the determination that is being spoken to right now, that you could do better. However, we like to curl up and just fall over and, oh, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing. Well, that's how we all got in this situation.
I couldn't imagine living a life like that. I would never. I could never. I could. I wish. There were so many days in my life I wish I could just lay there and say, oh, I just give up. No, nothing in me would allow me to do it. I would sit there for 1 minute and next thing you know, just because I felt like that for that one moment, I'm going to drive myself hard until I accomplish 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 things. Because I'm going to prove to you and me that was never hurt. That was never that 1, 2, or the 3.
We all got to beef up like that. And listen, I know we're not all made the same. I know you're not like me, and I'm not like you. So the things I think about and that I put my mind to, you might not.
Not like us.
But guess what? You put your mind to stuff that I don't give consideration to. So if we're both going at 100, by the time we meet up with each other, it's like, lean on me when you're not strong. You got one thing, I got the other. We can balance each other out. It's not 2 people on a broke leg or a busted leg hopping around together separately. No, we done linked up, and now I'm the left leg, you the right leg. We're going to hop this together in style. We look good. See? But if you just lay down, if you just take the system as this is the system, there's nothing I can do. By the time I get over here, I'm going to be running past you. And I have to leave you laying there because that's what you chose to do. You become dead weight. And nobody is responsible for dragging around dead weight. Nobody. So this is where we got to buck up. But I'm going to say it again. Look at Hollywood. It's indicative of the same thing that's happening in your neighborhood. So we can get on these things and we can talk about Hollywood. We can talk about Diddy. We could talk about all of them. Jay-Z, Jaguar. We could bring all of them up in the situation. But didn't you didn't hear what I just said? Same thing that's happening in Hollywood is happening in your neighborhood, in your backyard. But you're talking about Hollywood. And I've been watching the videos and giggling, but $1,000 of baby oil. What you doing with 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
Now that's crazy though, for real, for real. Like that just don't even make no sense. What are you doing with baby oil like that?
I guess he got that for him, Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, all the dark skinned brothers. Wait, I shouldn't even say that because as yellow as I am, I get ashy too. So I guess he was
yellow as you are. What?
Yeah, I get ashy too. I get ashy. So scratch the elbow wrong and flaky and dry skin. So I guess he had a little baby oil for everybody's skin. Brother Love was looking out for everybody. Just in case you came to the house a little ashy, splash on some baby oil. Come on now. 1,000 bottles
of don't even work. Baby oil don't even work in no capacity.
Oh, baby oil don't stop that
right stuff.
I mean, look, so see what I'm saying? Why this man got 1,000 bottles of baby oil and all his children grown?
That's why they got rumors of STDs and things like that.
So you mean to tell me that when the pandemic broke out, or everybody else was going to the store to get toilet paper, Puffy went and got baby oil? Puff loaded up on the everybody else got toilet paper. He got 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Come on now.
There was a time of baby oil shortages in the store, wasn't it? I couldn't find no baby oil.
See, I don't know about that, but I did hear one day that breast milk, they ran out of breast milk. And I was like,
breast milk.
There's a certain brand of breast milk that was in danger of not coming in. Everlast or something.
Breast milk?
Yes, there's a particular brand of not breast milk, baby food canned milk.
I'm like, breast milk?
I'm sorry, formula. It was breast baby formula. They ran out of baby formula.
Shortage unless you sick.
But wait, okay, so because I just ruined my joke. Because when they told me that there was a shortage on baby formula, the first thing I thought was, doesn't the baby come with their own supply of breast of milk? Why is baby formula so big in the news? If somebody had a baby, she got a whole chest full of food for the baby. But are we taking our children? And this is where's the love for the child if you're feeding them artificial stuff from the beginning? When we all know the strongest and healthiest children are the ones who suckle on their mother. Come on, man. Come on, you're destroying the process before the process can even begin, giving your children.
Now, I can't see. Now, they say your child can breastfeed on you for up to 5 years.
Not with teachers.
I can't see that. And there's some women out here, who have nursed their children all the way up into age 5 and 6. It's almost ridiculous because that big old child demanding your breast in public or anywhere else, I'm sure is embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? And forget what anybody else thinks. You just have to stay at home until you can wean him off or her off. But no. I nursed both mine, and I'm grateful at this time in my life that I had the ability to do so. So nonetheless, you wanted to play that clip.
Which one?
The speech.
From Florida?
No, MandelaCon.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, so Shabaka Shabaka, go to YouTube, and we're gonna put the link in the comments. And let me do that now. And listen, everybody else who's on here, if you would like to get in, then here goes the link. We appreciate having you. Get to know you. Oh wait, I'm not doing it right. So hold
Yeah,
up.
I got it.
I'm just not. Shabaka, go to YouTube. We the People 4343. Go to YouTube and then catch that link in the comments, Shabaka. And Shabaka, stay on conversation with us, Shabaka. Don't come on here talking about anything, Shabaka.
Don't you come on here being messy.
I think he was posting stuff on my page talking about sounds like Hollywood. Hollywood is the land of perversion. Them Negroes of Hollywood are on a puppet string, and that's real. Okay, you're right, Shabaka, but let's not talk about ketchup when you come on here at all. We don't need to hear nothing about no ketchup, none of that.
No.
Nah, we didn't bring it. So yeah, so
I got a clip of Shabaka making a statement on Joseph Gibson's show, Understanding the Times in Which We Live, in which his entire speech did not include not one curse word.
And then he said something like, I didn't cuss.
Yeah, and he mentioned that.
I heard that. Yeah.
And see, I didn't even cuss one time.
He said, I'm not that kind of guy. Come on the show. And listen, I don't know why he wrote, I am not that kind of guy. All y'all got to do is, for what we're talking about, all you got to do is go back and listen to last week's show and listen to the conversation we were having just before we let Shabaka on. And then listen to the conversation after we let Shabaka on. We love Shabaka. He a wild dude. So we're asking him, don't come on here tonight like that. That's all we're asking you, dude. You know what you do.
Come on at the end of the show. Like, let us get through all the technicalities of the conversation. If you just stay on until the end, and then you come on then.
Okay, so now we'll move on to Polytricks. And because there really isn't too much to say, we're just speaking to the current event. Trump is running for president. Kamala Harris is running for president. Obama and Kamala Harris were at P. Diddy's freak-offs. But then again, so was Trump, right? They got a picture with Trump. It's crazy. So is that the end? Well, in politics, they're trying to bring Jim Crow back to the South. California, the mayor quit. One of the mayors quit in California, and he said, and when he was asked why did he quit, he said because the stuff that they're coming with, the laws are evil. The laws that they're coming with in California are evil. That's why 2 days for pedophiles. That's where I got that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the link for We the People. That's the StreamYard link. Yes, sir, Shabaka. Just get on that, hit that, and come on. All right, California and its laws. And so, people, we got a problem, and we see the problem. But if the people don't start coming together and talking, I guess got morbid scenes inside my head, and they're funny to me because you're being warned. That's why they're funny to me, because you've been warned, you're being warned. People won't heed the warning. No one wants a warrior until the barbarian's at the gate. You know, stuff like that is funny to me. Because a long time ago, I walked in the office, and on the wall it had something that said, an emergency on your part. does not require us to be immediate or jump up now. And now we're supposed to go crazy because you have an emergency. And that always stuck with me. I always remembered that one little sign that said, because you have an emergency does not require me to become all frazzled with the emergency. And now I got to figure it out for you. And no. How did you get to the emergency? Was there anything that would have stopped you from getting to this emergency? And when we say that, that's called accountability, responsibility, and duty to self. So that we don't have this emergency. I froze. So when we talk about politics and things of that nature, a lot of crazy stuff going on. And I just think it's funny and hilarious. That's why I'm talking about it, because I've been sitting here laughing at YouTube and all the various videos. People still act like they shocked. Oh, the system's not going to do anything for us. The system's not going to do anything for. Are you shocked? Are you not yet entertained?
Because they're not paying attention. It sometimes it takes for things to happen close to home for people to take heed to those things that have already been spoken. And so it's like, there's enough information for everyone to do their own research. That's why I'm not in the business of convincing anybody of anything. I don't care what you do. I really don't. I don't care. As long as you're not affecting me and my children and what we got going on. Other than that, I don't care what you think. You don't like what I said. So now we have a problem with one another because you can't control me. I'm so far past allowing people to feel like they had some sort of control of me and what I say, how I say it, and what I think. So on purpose, I will sometimes say something that's just outlandish and maybe way left field just to shake you up a little bit, because what did you think? You sat me in a box and I'm supposed to sit there and look pretty? I'm not that type. So I don't expect anything else from anybody else. You understand what I'm saying? I give the same respect that I require and desire for myself. And so if you are needy, you can't be that way around me, because I'm not going to allow it.
Okay. Our favorite guest is in the building.
Yes, he is. So while he's in the building, let's I got something to play.
Yes, ma'am.
Check out your property clause. It was not regarded as human. And this is how your bounty hunters came into existence, and also to your police departments, officers of that as well, too. Now, we also have to recognize that there were those who were non-Black who did lose their lives in the civil rights movement. Also, too.
Okay.
Especially if you're on a speakerphone or calling in from a car or doing something like that. Area code 323. Go ahead. You're next.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing this evening? This is Shabaka Sankarai, giving you a call from Oakland, California. How's everybody doing this evening?
We're doing all right,
Wonderful.
sir. Go ahead. Your platform is yours here for a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm the executive producer and the host of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk Radio. Please listen to some of our back episodes. Okay, first thing that we have to look at here is that, once again, I'm hearing the Second Amendment and then the hypocrisy about it in regards to the police state of what happened here, where I'm located at. When a group tried to exercise the Second Amendment rights, they were labeled as terrorists. Okay, now, another thing in regard to this concept of slavery is that one thing that the United States of America does not address was the brutalization of its slaves on the plantation system, particularly the demasculization of the black male. We've done many episodes on this. So I would have to say, currently, at this time, my people must become self-sufficient before they entertain any thing else, working with anybody else, is because we have to get our group economics together. We have to get our infrastructures together for our people. Is because when we look at the history of this nation in regard to us, okay, when did my people, black people, people of slaves or descendants of slaves that was brought here from the west coast of Africa, when did we petition the United States government to be citizens? Now, keep in mind, I believe your first 4 or 5 presidents were slaveholders themselves. They themselves violated black women on their plantation. I posted it up on my wall many of times that they were nothing more than raping, slave trading pedophiles. Now, you talk about these children who are being detained illegally, coming across the border and things of this matter right here. But the United States is not looking at what they did to black children on the plantation system when they took them out of their parents' arms and went there and sold them because they were not regarded as human. Okay, the same thing there with your Dred Scott decision. Check out your property.
Cell phones, they picked up every little
Underground Railroad, but we all human. Okay, the same thing there with your Dred Scott decision. Check out your property clause. He was not regarded as human. And this is how your bounty hunters came into existence, and also to your police departments, offshoots of that as well, too. Now, we also have to recognize that there were those who were non-black who did lose their lives in the civil rights movement, also, too, during in the Civil War, and also to those that did help Sister Harriet Tubman with the Underground Railroad. But we also got to look at the hypocrisy of this one is in regard to our people. And I did not use not one cuss word.
Very good. Thank you very much. Hey, your people will never have a chance of freedom until we all unite. As long as you stay separate and worry about your people who are dividing the masses of the people to be free. You are supporting the tyranny and the slavery of the government by dividing and saying, no, don't unite with them yet until they bend down.
Okay, Islamism, Brother Shay. You and Sister Shay, welcome. Peace and love. Shabaka!
We're coming to you from Sin City. Let's get ready to rumble. Tomorrow morning on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, 15 rounds of verbal boxing. I forgot what the subject matter was. I'm going to have to check with my co-producer. Brother Che, what's the subject for tomorrow, sir? If you could put it in there. I forgot. This is what happens when you get old and see now. But putting all nonsense aside, Brother Yah and Sister Akshita, what they got going out there in Hollywood, man, is ludicrous. And then I went and got me something to eat, so I was listening to you on the cell phone, man, as I was dodging these drunk drivers. People lost their money in these gambling casinos, the tricks out there, the hookers got them and all that. So they might be a little bit upset, and I understand why. But, however, it is what it is. Okay, now putting all nonsense aside, I think Diddy was a fall guy for all that is because I've been seeing it over the net. They're talking about Diddy, all he did up there in Holmby Hills. But guess what? Guess who else lives in Holmby Hills too? Well, he used to, but he's dead. He was a pedophile. His name was Hugh Hefner. Another pedophile, Roman Polanski, who was married to Sharon Tate. Why do you think Roman Polanski, man, they can't come back to the United States no more? Then you got these kangaroo courts, okay, that sit up there and pass down verdicts that they want, that is not in, which is true justice for the people. They bought and paid for, you know what I mean? I mean, man, look at all this insanity that you got going on. And then, of course, we do know that the U.S. Supreme Court picks and chooses the cases that it listens to. You see what I mean? Okay. All righty. And then, of course, you know, you get brain dead individuals out there. You know, ask Sheeta, laughing out loud. What's so funny? Am I a clown to you, sister? Do I amuse you? What is so funny about me?
You talking about that ain't me. Who was that brother talking to Joe? Sound very intelligent.
well, brother was intelligent, making a lot of sense, you know.
Yeah, you hit a lot of key points, and I remember how we used to always enter onto one another's platforms in that manner. We would always enter with our intellectual property, and so as an investment to building with one another. And I really wanted to share that because you come on here and sometimes I think maybe you forgot. That was about 5 years ago.
No, that's ancient history, sister. You know, I'm a senior citizen now. You know what I mean? You know, if I said it, I said it. If I didn't say it, as long as I got some type of deniable plausibility, like with these murdering police officers.
Not a deniable plausibility. Okay.
Deniable plausibility. Okay. Deniable plausibility is like when old Slick Willie got hit with his case with his extramarital affair and his staff around him. You know, they'll type up a bunch of BS, you know what I'm saying, playing on the people's intelligence, you know, thinking that we're children. And you got educators out here, intelligent people, well-read individuals such as Elia, such as yourself and what have you. And, you know, then they play us for stupid. And then, you know, you get these kangaroo courts that chooses cases that they wish to hear, not the cases that they should be hearing. And we're not going to talk about the current vice president, who is the former attorney general of California. I have no comment on her. Now, the other dude, the orange cat, he belongs in a place called Napa Valley, which is the state hospital in California, up there by the wine country and Bad News.
Okay, Shabaka. One of the things we want to do, Shabaka, is we want to focus more on us as opposed to everybody. When we start, but he's putting down Trump. And
no, I mean, but he said some really real stuff earlier, like in a post, because I asked him, you know, I know you ain't voting for Trump, and
no.
So if you're not gonna vote for Trump, if you do vote, it's got to be Kamala Harris. So what is it about her that makes her worthy of your vote? And what was your answer, Shabaka?
Oh, I'll be voting for her by default. Okay. And
that ain't what you said. That is not what you said. You hold on 1 minute. You trying to play with me.
But Shabaka, let me ask you a question. Why not vote for Cornel West?
He said he was going to write somebody else's name in.
Oh, Snoopy. Yeah, that's right. Snoopy. Yeah, but Snoopy's find out that you cannot write in candidates here in the general election under the laws of the state of Nevada. But in that state, you know, that's off the coast of California, that hopefully the quake will take it into the Pacific, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. Here you got to pick a candidate right here, but they did not qualify Dr. West to be on the ballot here in Nevada. So that's why it's going to have to go there to Kamala. But I wish they would have got Dr. West on here. It's because I've looked at Dr. West over the years, from the time he was on the Phil Donahue show to this show to that show, you know, during the turn of the century and what have you. But a sister who really needs to be heard, and I don't know what happened to her, was the one and only Sister Soldier. And there was an episode of the Phil Donahue show that she did, and she owned all those idiots up there. And she owned them badly. Very intelligent woman, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think in her rap lyrics she had a bunch of obscenities in there and sexual deviancy and what have you. You see what I'm saying? And Hollywood, California is a place of deviants. Why do you think I came here to Sin City? Man, I had to get up out of California. People is too crazy there. That's too crazy.
Let me ask you another question, Shabaka.
Yeah.
So in listening to you, I often hear you say that we have to get our group economics together. Please define for me what you mean by group economics.
Okay, yeah, okay, let me address Brother Che right here. Okay, Brother Che, I'm gonna have to retype it again. So I typed it up, man, and I forgot to hit the create episode button. Damn. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Okay, all right, but moving on with group economics. Group economics is where we control our own means of production and distribution. We hire our own people. We educate our own people. You see what I'm saying? Is because, as you know, Elia and Sister Akshita, you get $1,000 into the Black community, man. It doesn't circulate now one time. It will leave the Black community, man, in about less than 15 minutes. But all these other groups, like you see over there in Chinatown, in particular in San Francisco, they circulate their money 10, 15, 20 times. And look at all the stuff that they build up, all them skyscrapers right there. You see what I'm saying? Most of that there is owned by Asians. These gig drivers or DoorDash or Uber and all that, those are owned by Asians. You see what I'm saying? Is because I used to do DoorDash and the app would glitch and I got to call San Francisco. Oh, how you doing? Thank you for calling DoorDash. And then I have to sit there for about 15 seconds to figure out just what I was told. Well, what's your name? Okay, here's my name. Give them the slave name. I'm out here in Las Vegas, you know what I'm saying? And the people wasn't at home, you know what I mean, for this DoorDash and what have you. Oh, well, we tried to call. Okay, so they try to call, you know, and then, and the Brother Paris, if you feel like typing up the show for tomorrow, man, go ahead and do it. But if not, I'll go ahead and do it. Okay, so then to make a long story short, I'm going through a bunch of rigmarole. BS, man, sitting in my vehicle, 115-degree heat. You see what I'm saying? And this person's not home. So, oh, yeah, well, I couldn't deliver order. Okay, well, you could have dinner. You could have lunch. I said, look, man, I'll give it to somebody. I give it to the homeless. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I would do. Yeah, say, and what I mean by that there is I would give it to somebody who needed it, not somebody standing up there twisted off of drugs, you know what I'm saying, and funky and nasty and didn't wash their behind and all that. But you know, but you got to use judgment, you know what I'm saying, and what have you. And then for the record, the person I gave the bag to was a person of that other persuasion, of not of our persuasion.
See? Okay. So when you say, yes, when you talk about our economics and you state what we have to do, what do you think the problem is with us simply doing the things that you said need to be done?
Okay, with the hindrances to it, social media, the idiot box, TV, this rap industry, although I respect and appreciate the rhythm or the art of rhythm and poetry, but get rid of the cussing. Put some positive lyrics up there to build something. But what's going to happen is Universal Music Group is not going to allow you to do it. Fine. Damn Universal Music Group. Now you got to get into these entrepreneurs. What does entrepreneurship mean? Risk management. Okay. I'm trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. You see what I'm saying? Because if I know I go to this established firm over here, you got to use the B word. You got to wear skinny jeans. You got to sit up here and do all other kind of unnatural crap. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. And a few of the ladies had admonished me, and I think you were one of them too, Akshita, in regard to what these guys like to do with ketchup and connect the dots.
Don't you put my name in no mess.
There he goes. We don't. We're not talking about ketchup.
You like to put my name in mess. See, I ain't said nothing, and I ain't agreed to nothing like that. Don't you put my name in no mess.
Okay, then it was somebody else, sister. I stand corrected, okay, because my memory ain't what it used to be. Plus, I'm on meds. All right, okay. Now,
all right. So wait, Shabaka. Let's finish, Shabaka. Let's keep this going somewhere, because right now we're having a very good conversation. So let me ask you this, Shabaka. You talk about economic. What would you say when you say economics? Name our number one economic problem.
Not spending amongst ourselves. Number one, not recirculating our money. And also, two, not to mention the fact, man, that we are taught the exact opposite in these public indoctrination centers. You see what I'm saying? Commonly referred to as public schools. You see what I mean? And then another thing that we're taught, we have no sense, you know, of grabbing onto our historical ancestry. You see what I mean? You know, we want to sit up here and claim to be everything else but ourselves. You see what I'm saying? You know, which is crazy. But like I said, for the generations after me, if you all could take from my generation and take what is useful and leave what is useless. You see what I mean? Because I won't be here, you know, just as long as I know I did my thing right to, you know, for the generations after me when I make the appointment, you know, going before the Almighty.
Okay, so in everything that we're saying, and the questions that I'm asking you, I'm asking you, you worked within the system. So all the time that you worked, and I'm not trying to be into your personal business, so I'm gonna ask this question in a way that might not sound right, but just try to understand what I'm asking you. How many jobs have you worked where you made at least $1,000 a week?
None. When I made $1,000 a week, I was working for myself, doing a light painting service.
Nice.
I never punched the clock and made $1,000 a week.
Do you think many of our people have worked a 9 to 5 and made $1,000 a week?
Oh yeah.
Did you hear my question? Shabaka went away.
You couldn't hear nothing. Something going on.
So this he is Shabaka is focused. He is answering the questions. And like I have something that I'm going to stick in here in a minute, but first I need Shabaka to, from his experience, to clear out a lane before I state what I'm going to state. So Shabaka, wait now, because you don't know anybody, or you're not really aware of anybody who's making $1,000 from working at McDonald's, Burger King, or any of them places. No. You're not really aware of anybody who's making $1,000 a week at that particular at these jobs. No. A grocery store or any of the jobs that you want to mention. We don't know anybody, and nobody really knows anybody who works these average jobs and makes $1,000 a week. So,
no, sir, I don't.
When we talk about our economics and our finances, what I see as one of the major problems is we don't have our own currency.
Okay, well, then there you go right there. Okay, now the next best thing to do, man, they had a lot of black banks that folded under, because in Los Angeles you did have, let me see, what was it? The United Bank.
So wait a minute, Shabaka. Listen, Shabaka, please, Shabaka. When you make that statement, we had a lot of black banks. I have to say this. Those black banks we never had. Those people were basically like somebody else opened up a candy store. Come here, black guy, stand here. Oh, black guy, you got some money? You want to open a bank? Come here, we'll let you open a bank. But the actual function of this bank is going by what we say. So when you open the bank, when you open the bank, when you brought a home, when you open a bank account, when you did anything as a black or African American, you automatically gave that property away. So we're not going to discuss it as in we had black banks, because that was part of the problem. What we are going to discuss is us having our own economics on a fair and clear footing. as any other nation.
Okay. All right.
So when we do that, this is where we have to be careful about any labels that we're putting on or using, because as your own nation and government, you can have currency, but if you're not your own nation or government, you can't have your own currency. And so even though a black person might have opened a bank, they still don't have their own currency. They don't make the money. The feds make the money. So now I'm asking you specifically about our own currency. And in our own currency. Go ahead.
Okay, so now if we have a currency, then that currency, rather if you use dollar bills or what have you or whatnot, okay, it's supposed to be backed up by a piece of gold or silver, if memory serves me correct, okay? And then what we just have to do, Elia, as you have stated, we have to sit here and you have to brainstorm this, man, and you have to hammer it out. You see, I'll be too old and decrepit. You see what I mean? Because, man, I'm feeling bad right now at this young age. You know what I'm saying? And the cold part about it is this will be an example for our youth to carry on the torch, you see what I'm saying, over the next generation. You see, because this is all what these other groups have did. You see what I mean? Particularly, these Asians. You see what I mean? Okay. Look at San Francisco.
So what if I showed you today that we do have our own currency? Not only do we have our own currency, on the low end, we could say 52 billion. And on the high end, we could say we have over 1 trillion in our own currency.
Okay.
Right. So now everybody wants to know how to get their part of that currency. So something like you're doing right now, and we would have to change the name, but something that you're doing, that Jesse's doing, y'all can get a bond for what you're doing and help us all make currency of our own through what you're doing. But in what you're doing, we cannot go before the United Nations or the Hague Convention talking about blacks and African Americans and what the United States done did to black and African Americans. We have to go in there just talking as men and women. And then if we're going to state any problems that happen on this land, we're stating it in terms of you destroyed our nations, not blacks and African Americans. The language has to change in order for us to secure our own currency, finances, and economics. This is something that's missing from us. Everybody who's come to us before and talked to us about these things, we always had to turn around and give them United States dollars or still operate in United States dollars. Today, we don't have to operate in United States dollars, but we do have to operate with a currency in our own currency. And just as easy as Bitcoin got built, we have our own currency. The question is, will the people accept and then act on what it takes in order to make our currency valuable? But we do have our own.
Okay, well, sir, that's why they call it risk management, man. If you can make something like that there happen, brother, more power to you. I ain't mad at you, not in the least.
I need your help. I need your help. I need Jesse's help in order to make it happen. That's the part. Okay. See, if you don't accept it, say that again.
Okay, what type of help do you need?
You need to accept your bond from our government. And then in acting on our bond, you cannot get caught out talking about blacks, African Americans, and arguing for blacks and African Americans, because then they're going to try to take the bond from you because you're still their property. They'll be able to tax you on the bond because you're still everything that we're building is for us to be a free nation, and we know how to get it there. So see, Shabaka can take the bond. As of today, he won't receive the pesos right away, the money from it right away. But then Shabaka knows about investments, right? And Shabaka knows that if he holds an investment for, he goes buy a bond today, it might sit for a year or 3 years before he actually sees the money. He go buy stock. This is how we got to look at this bond. That's how we got to deal with this bond. Because everything Shabaka done said about our own school and all of that counts. If we don't do those things, then the bonds might end up being worthless. But everybody has to accept them in order for us to begin. And then people got to go to work. So Shabaka will continue making his show. But while he's making his show, he will use his influence to help find teachers for the first thing to build our school. So when Shabaka says he's taking his bond, he's also saying, I'm gonna help build the school. And I'm gonna help bring people back to this table so that they can sign on for their bond and be instructors at our schools, at our hospitals, at our manufacturing, at our technology. Whatever it is, it has to be for us, for our nation, by us, and we have to stand on our ground of being originating as opposed to being United States citizens.
Okay, now you know who your biggest opposition is going to be, right?
Who?
Elon Musk, Zuckerberg.
Nah, they'll welcome us with open arms, brother. When we start talking about we got 1 trillion pesos to spend, they want to know how they can get their cut in their share. They just like they want Bitcoin. They gonna want pesos. They ain't gonna be mad at me. They want their cut. We got over 1 trillion to spend a year. They want theirs.
Okay, so then how do we keep the control of it?
Okay, so people, as we build it up, people have to come to work for it. That means right now, people are looking at their future saying, oh, wait a minute. I can help on this level. Let me go study. I can help on that level. Let me go study. And then when you come see me, I'll show you exactly where to go study and what to study. I'll show you exactly. All you got to do is go back to study, come back and show and prove. Because it's like hands-on training with this. This isn't college. This is hands-on training. You go read, you come back to the table, and you do.
Okay. All right. That holds a whole lot of water. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right.
Okay. So now I offer you a bond at 8,999 pesos a week that you are raising for our government. And you are going to receive 20% of that 8,999 pesos into a ledger account. And
equity participation. Okay.
Thank you. And for the whole time that we're turning it into pesos, cash, and or checks so you can spend it, we'll say you're going to average 5% interest on the 20% value of that 8,999. So every year you'll gain a 5% interest on it until we give you the checks or the money. We say, this is how you get the checks. This is how you get the money. Now you can spend it.
Okay.
And so this is
gold, silver, copper, platinum.
Ask that question again. Ask that question again.
Okay. What would be the currency? What would be the what they call that there? The mineral backing the currency.
The mineral backing the currency is our labor. Time plus energy equals pesos. Now it can never be taken from us. It can never, our stuff, see, we have a stable system now. It really can't be taken from us. And we can't be tricked out of it because it's not going to operate on the normal, what you see everybody else doing with their interest rates and stuff. We will be mixed up in that, but it won't affect what you take home. Your 20, after you get your 20% every week, there are no more taxes by our government will be taken from the individual out of that 20% of what they took home to their family. Now, we expect them to take care of their families and to go into business for themselves. When they go into business for themselves, just as you see all these states, we have provinces. The provinces may assess sales tax, but our government that actually we're not taxing it. There is no more tax after we get done. You got your 20%. We're not taxing. The provinces may tax you on sales tax with product and services going back and forth. They have a right to do that. But your total government will not be charging you any more taxes outside of what we already got. If you want a house, you call your government and the government purchases the house and we give you the keys. You want a car, you call your government and the government purchases the car and gives you the keys. You need health insurance, it's already built inside there. So
now, you know who did this here? You know who did this here? Not cut your wisdom, El, y'all, because you on to something right there. That's what Gaddafi did in Libya. And you saw what they did to Gaddafi. Because Gaddafi said, you say, tell him to come get you. No, I ain't gonna be the one. I'm not gonna be the one to do that to you, brother.
Not you, brother. No, just as you said about Gaddafi. I'm saying it to the people who got Gaddafi. Come get me. I said, listen, all this that we done in the streets, all these brothers that died, I know a whole bunch of, like, we had people, yo, and people dead, yo, and people died for nothing, and people died for pennies, and people died over punk stuff when it comes to the world of men. We died for nothing in these streets. This right here, I'm not scared to die for it. I want to live for it, but I'm not scared to die for it. If my death puts it on the map, then that's what it took.
Okay,
but then if I'm dead,
not cutting your wisdom, brother. Have you ever read Huey Newton?
Okay, once again, Shabaka. No, brother, I did not read all those different African-American Black books that made people in the thoughts of who they are today. The rights and stuff that Huey P. Newton was talking about, that Malcolm X was talking about, that Martin Luther King, the rights that they were talking about, those rights are properly stated under our nation and government, not as United States citizens. This is the part we got to start checking ourselves on. We keep trying to do it as Black and African Americans. We're not going to achieve any success under those labels. We're not.
Okay, but the point is that what I'm making is, though, sir, is that based on what you just said right now, that's revolutionary suicide.
What?
That's revolutionary suicide, is because you made your point, you stand on your square, which I utmostly respect. Okay. And then, of course, this is going to piss off the power brokers, like your Gates, your Stinky Birds. Who's that other fool? George Soros.
Okay, so now they get mad, right?
No, which is a good thing. Okay, no, I really don't give a damn if they get mad, brother. I hope you make them mad doing it.
Okay, and then, but in the parts that we don't see, through different things in the United States, laws in the United States, in the United Nations has sent down certain directives, and the Pope has sent down certain directives that tells all of them, stand down. Those originating people on the lands that we conquered are free to build themselves. And in order for us to build ourselves, they already stated economics is a part of it. And they're waiting for us to come to the table. They're sitting there waiting for us. That's why I said you're not going to hear me talk like you hear all the other Moors talk. That's why I didn't start a Moorish science temple. because these people are waiting for us. Why aren't we there? Oh, I understand. And one of the biggest thing is when we talk about economics, finance, and monetary policy, the majority of us who spoke before me have no idea what they're talking about. They tell you economics, they start talking about money. No, the first thing we want to recognize is our economics. 99% of our labor force works for somebody else. Right. That's a problem. So I'm here to end that. I'm here to end that. And we're going to start working for ourselves.
Okay.
So in that and working for ourselves and sticking with our culture is all lawful means that even the United States government in its Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights, they want us to set these things up and do these things for ourselves. Then we're not a burden on them anymore. We remove the burden from them.
Okay, now I got a question. Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
when all these, when all these, how should I say? I got a few choice words for. Okay, let's say when all these, those of another persuasion, and it rhymes with another word describing a group of people. Okay, what's going to be the defense, man, when they come up there with their lies, trickery, deceit, BS, nonsense, stuff like that?
Okay, so now I have to answer this on a broad thing, because number one, self-defense is self-defense. I don't really like talking about violence and stuff. I don't want nobody to misgroup my words and say I told you to do something, and I don't want anybody to go out and do something. So I try not to deal with this part, and then when it jumps off, you can just see how it gets handled, and then I'll be free, and then you'll be free. But I don't. All these people, look, we have a right. We have to institute that right. Say that.
What happened to Akshita? I see somebody.
She's outside. She's sitting outside. She's listening to us. So when it comes to what these people would do throughout these documents in the law, there is a military on this ground that is supposed to be acting on our behalf. The problem is, if you and I aren't doing our job, there's nothing for them to act on. So they just fold up and watch everything go down. But when you and I are doing our job, this particular military group got to stand up. They've already been told. But they're only going to do it based upon your actions of freedom and doing free things. Not, I have an economic program. You give me $100. Now you go over there and tell two more of your people to come over here and give $100. Then they go get two people, each one of them, and they give up. That's not economics. That's that's a scam. A pyramid scheme. Yes, sir. That's a scam. That's not economics. But how many times have we heard it?
About a million.
So that's the reason why. So now I'll tell you exactly. Economics is the science of the use of money and resources. It's the science. It's a study.
Yeah. Actually, what it is the science of how society allocates its limited resources.
There it is. So it's not money. It's a study about these limited resources and how they get used and what you spend. You'll spend X amount over here, but you won't spend it over there. This is what economists study. They're not studying the money. Finances really has nothing to do with money. You know why? A bond.
Why is that?
A bond in any security is finances. A financial instrument. That's why they're financial instruments. Now, money is a financial instrument. It's the most common financial instrument utilized for exchange. But then you have bonds, stocks, mutual funds, hedge funds, and a whole bunch of other ways of getting securities and derivatives that are financed. That's finance, the understanding of those things. And then you have monetary policy. Monetary policy is the money.
Okay.
And so we're trying to show us we have to be versed in any one of those three and all three of them. We all, they lied to us and they taught us wrong. We should know law because we all learn how to read and write. We should know law. Because we all had to learn math, we should know money. Because that's what you deal with, right? You deal with money more than you deal with any type of calculus, biological, chemistry, numbers. You deal more with money on a daily, but you don't understand or know money, but it's the main thing that you go to work for. How don't you understand money? Remember when maybe Shabaka wasn't like we was, but we had a few people who were down with us, and they would talk about going to rob people in stores. And, you know, jokingly but seriously, why would you go rob a person? If you really want to rob somebody, go rob a bank. You a big bad dude. The bank got the money, not the people. What is you robbing people for when there's a bank over there? You don't rob people. Go rob the bank. You so tough.
That requires a lot of guts, man, to do a bank job.
Then don't rob a person. Then don't rob an individual. Don't rob that old man. Don't rob that old lady if you can't go rob a bank. And since none of you have shot a cop, and I don't advocate shooting police, but since nobody has done it and everybody has basically turned themselves in, I'm not going to say nobody done it, but it's not a famous thing. Don't shoot the next man inside your hood again. Don't shoot your little brother again. Don't shoot your cousins again inside the hood, because you won't take it. You won't take that same attitude towards everybody. And see, that's how I applied when I was in the streets. We're going to keep it 100. Well, if I'm not going to shoot the cops, I'm not going to shoot none of us. That don't make any sense.
That right there, Mandela Khan used to say, people around here shooting and killing one another, but won't slap the white man, or not the white man, but the system of injustice, the corrupt injustice system. You wouldn't slap them in the face with a wet paper towel. And I know my sound is all jacked up, so I'm gonna go back out.
Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Well, I'll have to tell you all this in private, not over the public airwaves. But anyway, okay, you're making a whole lot of sense right there on that one there, yeah. You know, and then on top of it, please call in tomorrow. I'll be in the studio because Brother Paris related a message to me that he won't be able to make it. Okay, so I'll be inside the studio. Okay, and Sarge, he might show up, he might not, but as you know, Sarge is Sarge, man, and even me and Paris talked about, man, how that Sarge pretty much had rustled your feathers a little bit, man, and pretty much put Sarge in his place, man. I give that there too. You should have heard the show last night. Yeah, and I think our student was with us briefly, but I'd have to check the log. Okay, now you got these other individuals that when we say such things, y'all. Okay, now here comes the integration. Well, we need to get all the people together. Now let's look at history. When Dr. King had went through Marquette Park in Chicago, Illinois, got hit in the head with a brick, and he says, out of all my years of living in the South, this was the most hateful and racist place that I've been. Okay, now on your theory of what you outlaid right there, I'm quite sure that the majority of our people will take the attitude that you have. But what about the ones who are not of our people, who will not take this attitude? Case in point. Okay, you saw a couple of days ago where the brother went up to the Trump rally and they all jumped on him, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't see that? Oh man, this dude went out there to go sell him some mega stuff. man, and them and they jumped on the brother. He didn't do too bad. He took a lot of loans, but I think he did return some bruises, you know, via right hand, followed by a left hook, you know. But when I see our people go out with this dumpism, okay. I feel sorry for him.
But
I really
Shabaka,
do.
you feel sorry for him. But I'm gonna say this again. I used to think that I was a United States citizen. I used to think I was Black and African American. When I learned that I wasn't, I said, "Oh my God! Before I go into my whole Moorish spiel, I have to do one final step for my people." This was in 2016. So I walked into the voter place. I got me one of those absentee ballots because I knew I was going to be gone, and I voted for Donald Trump. Why would that be my last move for my people? Is that interesting? I said that was the last thing I did for my people. Why did I do it? Because this country was built as a republic. When they freed the slaves, more senators and congressmen who look like me, they went immediately to the top as Republicans. They were congressmen and senators immediately after slavery. It's not until you get into that Jim Crow era that we start losing. But directly after slavery, people who look like me were sitting on the Senate and the Congress. So for me to So now I know this, and I also know that up until the 40s and late 50s, a lot of our peoples were Republicans.
Yeah, all the way
a
to
lot of our
1940.
families. Okay, so with that, and if you study 1940, most of our families were together. See, it wasn't just us being together. The system itself helped our families because they wasn't against our families. They didn't tear them apart, and our families were Republicans. So this is what we know of us from the beginning. Then in the 50s, 60s, we start becoming more Democrat, and our families are broken up, and we're dying in the streets, and the school system went down, and it's a problem after problem after problem.
No, you're right. You see what I'm saying? You're right. Okay, because I lived
so
through
with
that
that theory,
I witnessed what you're speaking of.
So with that theory, and me seeing that, because I've been a Republican since 1989, with me seeing that, and the moves that we were making and seeing that, and how everything that was washing out and coming down the pipeline, right now today, I can say, well, when it comes to Caucasian people, I can say there are Caucasian people who will take my back on being a man, on doing the right thing, a whole lot quicker than any of my brothers in the hood. They're gonna have reasons why they can't, or they're trying to hide something, or they're masking their to be hard or whatever. They're masking who their real feelings and stuff like that. But there are Caucasians in my corner right now who will back me up in any move that I make that's righteous and on the path. How do I turn those Caucasians down because of this? Say that again.
Not saying that I've never experienced that. Okay, not saying that what you're not saying is not true. Okay,
I've experienced that. So the first time my dad took me out, I was born in the Nation of Islam. I remember when my dad took me out at like 8 or 9 years old to sell the Muhammad Speaks, and I always been this kind of person. When I saw the Caucasian dude coming, I set him up. Excuse me, sir, would you like to buy Muhammad Speaks today? And my father said, no, no, no. And the white dude said, oh, it's okay, I don't mind. And he bought 2 papers off me. My father stood there, was like, when we got back to the temple, he was in front of telling, hey, my son sold one to a Caucasian man. And the Caucasian dude bought 2 from my son. My father said nothing in his mind would have ever made him want to sell to a Caucasian man. So that right there was like, if I could approach this man respectfully, and then he give me back, and he's a man and I'm a child, and he give me back the same respect and then give me money. And where my own people was only buying one paper, or they were just giving me the money, you know, pat on the head, cute kid, he's out here hustling money with the Nation of Islam. This dude bought two. So that kind of weighed in on me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some of these people aren't as bad as you say they are. Then when I go home, I turn on my TV and the dude is up there, he's swaying his hips and he's singing and all the girls love him. Well, hey, come on now. I'm a dude. Y'all told me that we supposed to like girls. This dude got all the girls. It was Elvis. That's my hero. So
okay, sir,
I didn't see the racism that y'all saw until I went to Ohio, and I was 18 and a half.
Okay, now you know it's the last time I saw some racism like that, of what you speak of, brother. About 8 months ago, right in front of the Hollywood sign. Lord, man, I'm so twisted. The Las Vegas sign here on LVB. Okay. I see the Elvis faker, imitator or whatever. I said, hey, Elvis, you want to take a picture? No. Okay. All right, so therefore, man, you are confirming what I thought about you all along, although Elvis is dead. So now I go over here to the what used to be the Las Vegas Hilton, that used to be the International Hotel where he used to perform at, right? I forgot the name of it now. I go up there, I see this dude up there. So the white fella comes up to me. Hey, man, you want to take a picture with Elvis? I said, young man, let me tell you something. First place, Elvis Presley stole all his material from my people. Okay. The reason why the term rhythm and blues is called is because when we was picking at cotton, our ancestors, you know, would sing hymns, I guess, to either help them breathe, to conserve their strength, because they're working from sun up to sun down now. Okay. And then, of course, the rhythm came with us off the continent of a Keebalan, is because everything in nature has a pulse and have a rhythm. Understand? Okay. Now, the thing is that I find so ironic is that these people say that we were savages, that we was this, that, and the other. But why do you white people want to have sex with something that you consider yourself better than? And then and I argue with that old Gumbo Sarge on that. And I thought you was getting ready to hop through the radio and wring Sarge's neck, because he had ticked off so bad last Friday. You know what I'm saying?
Sarge. So you and Sarge have the same complex. Yours is in
complex with Sarge.
Listen, no. When I say complex, listen what I mean by that. Your complex would be Black and African American. His complex is that he is a United States citizen and I was a cop and I was in the military, and so that therefore I know. And because I did these things, you're gonna listen to me. And if you don't listen to me, then you're outside. And that is Sarge. That is his complex. And so it's hard. Sometimes it's hard for us to see past our complexes to see the reality of things and what really is. And we get stuck in our complexes and we don't allow anything else to come in. And so that every time we go to make a decision, if we keep coming from these complexes, we never actually fix that which we say is the problem. And we are after fixing what we're saying is the problem. And what the problem is, as Black and African Americans, you don't have land. You can't claim land. You don't know where your land is. We're telling you you're standing on your land. Right here, right now. This is your land.
Okay. Now, here on the continent of North America, it snows over about 80% of this place, does it not? I mean, even out here in Nevada, it snows.
Okay.
I can't stand snow. I can't stand cold. See, we are people of the sun. See, and then those from Scandinavia, Norway. What's that other raggedy place they got up there? Iceland. Man, them places are glaciated, man.
And
okay, I can't survive in that.
Well, Shabaka, listen, Shabaka. You just said you couldn't. Number one, that don't mean you can't. That's number one. Number two, when we check our ancestors' past, we start finding out that we are from all over the world. Which part of the world didn't we live in? See, when we start looking, when we start, but you know it's true. But you know it's true. We navigated a long time ago. We navigated. You don't know we navigated long before 1492?
Well, I've been knowing that.
Okay, so then hold up. If you know we navigated before 1492, then you know that we've been all over this planet long before 1492. That includes the cold areas. That includes England. That includes France.
I'm not doubting your wisdom, man. I just can't see.
Well, Shabaka, even though we can't see something, right? When it's truthful, whether you can see it or not, it's not a question for you to even question anymore because it's truthful. And you're getting it from so many
brother, not doubting your wisdom, man, but I would just have to see some proof on it. Because like I said, every time I've been in the cold weather, and Jesse will tell you, when my car got buried in that snow there in Denver, Colorado, everything ate. Man, I couldn't wait to get inside to get some heat. I mean, if you can go survive in that cold, brother, you a better man than me. Now, where you at in Connecticut, you all ain't nothing but snow. And you all got some snow coming your way, man, in the next couple of months. Where Shabaka gonna be at? Right out
but we survived. We survived in it, Shabaka. The point is, we survive in it, Shabaka. We thrive in it. And so, just showing that, I'm telling you, we've been doing this for centuries and eons, surviving in this cold. Now, one or two of us can't take it. Oh, well, one or two of us can't take it. Ain't no shame in that. And to say we're just sun people is to limit our abilities. And we have no limits except those that we set for ourselves. So whether it's sunny outside or it's cold outside, if I got something to do to save my family, guess where I'm going? Outside. In that hot, that cold, whatever time it is.
Okay, you're going out to survival instinct right there, which is cool. I understand it. Hey, man, give me 1 second, man. Is because I got to put a Bluetooth on. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right.
Okay. Side Star Akshita.
Greetings, I'm here.
Greetings, yes, ma'am. You okay over there?
Yes, I'm about to come in the house shortly.
Right here saying that these was musicians, and I'm talking about political people.
Okay, ain't trying to pick no fight with you, Shabaka. We good.
But how was they musical people?
I'm not finna fight with you.
Who is he talking about?
I'm just asking a question.
No, it's in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
And she says, I can't do you call yourself black. That's funny. Now, how is that funny? Do I look like a clown? Do I amuse you? What is so funny about me? And then she says, we're always musical people. Now, the closest one here in the music would be Muhammad Ali, because he did float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. And that there was with musical time, and to get that balance, that grace, the way he leaned and keen and blazed and dazed. You know what I'm saying? And I really got great pleasure watching Ali beating up white hopes. Oh, yeah. That was great. And then
I know it was Shabaka. I know it was Shabaka. You know what, Shabaka? I think I'll dedicate a whole show to like you explaining that moment. Like I put it like this, just so we get one out the way. So Shabaka, when you were growing up, there was a lot of racism, and people made you feel inferior because of your skin color. So one day you turn on your television and you see either Cassius Clay or Muhammad Ali getting.
Never heard of Cassius Clay.
You see Muhammad Ali getting in the ring to box a Caucasian dude. Tell me, wait, Shabaka, because they announced those fights like 2 or 3 months ahead of time.
Right.
So I want to know the entire buildup of the 2 and 3 months. Like when you first heard that Muhammad Ali is going to fight this particular white dude. Who was it? Jerry Cooney?
No, it was a dude by the name of Jerry Quarry. Okay.
Jerry Quarry.
Yes, sir. Now, what had happened was that Jerry Quarry, he was a good heavyweight. He was out of the Los Angeles area. Okay, so when Lester Maddox, the governor of Georgia, who was an avid racist, was the first one to grant Muhammad Ali a boxing license. Because to box, you got to have a license. Ronald Reagan, then the governor of California, refused to give him one. Okay, so Ali's making his comeback. Okay. So the crowd is there, black and beautiful. Jerry Quarry was a good heavyweight out of Los Angeles and says, I'm going to go put this nigga in his place. He never should have said that. So Ali went up there, put the magic on him. He blazed and dazed. He leaned and sheen, triple jab, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, left hook, overhand right. Ripped a cut over his eye in the third round. And the ref said, man, you're through.
So the build up before the fight, what was it like? What was it like? Like you went to work or school before the fight. You went to work or school,
and then I was going to school. Yes, sir.
Yep. So, what was the build-up like to the fight? You go to the barbershop. You go to the barbershop. Y'all are talking about it. You go home. Y'all are talking about it. People on the street corner, they were talking about it. What was the build-up like?
The build-up, El Ya, man, was Ali's coming back. Okay. The Black Pride movement was at its peak at that time. Okay. And yeah, they did him wrong when he refused to be inducted to the military as a conscience objector, which you had so many white boys do, and they was granted, they CO papers or conscience objectors. Okay. All right. So therefore, he goes on the lecture circuit. He goes to the University of Texas. You dirty draft dodging nigga. He gets up and says, right. Yeah, arrogant black so-and-so, MF this, right. He says, I find it very, very interesting that you all want me to go to a war in Vietnam, which was not declared by the U.S. Congress. And then you all go burn your draft card. But tell you what, if I'm going to die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you. And not one of them bust-ass cowards opened up their mouth.
All right, let me ask you the question again, Shabaka. I'm going to throw something in there, though. Remember when you were a child and you knew Christmas was coming? Remember how you got excited for Christmas? I'm asking you the build-up for that fight with Muhammad Ali. What was the build-up like leading into the fight?
The buildup was he was on the talk shows talking about the fight, reciting his poetry. Then you had these ultra conservatives, Barry Goldwaters, George Wallace, Richard Nixon talking, oh, that boy needs to be put in his place. That nigga's disrespectful to the US of A. You know, that
But
is
what was your build-up like? What was you thinking? Yeah, you in the community. What were y'all thinking? What was the build-up for y'all? Not what they were saying. What were y'all thinking? What were like before Christmas? You went to bed with your toes slapping together. You were so excited to get up for your Christmas the next morning. That leading up to that fight, what was that like leading up to that fight for you? Not the people, not all those other people. For you, what was that like?
That was like I saw this dude humorous. I saw that he was very confident, and I asked my mama. I said, "Who is that?" She says, "That's Muhammad Ali." I said, "Well, who is he?" She says, "He's the heavyweight champion. He's getting ready to come back, and he's got a fight coming up in October. And he's fighting Jerry Quarry." So they building it up, building them up. They got all these conservatives coming on the idiot box talking about, well, that ungrateful Jeff Dodger, blah blah. Blah, blah, blah. So you can see white America is talking about we need the white boy to go in there to put this nigga in his place. And Ali battered him to a pulp.
So now you're watching the fight, and the last part, the referee let it be known that Ali was the winner. What was that moment like?
That was jubilation. That meant that he was back. Then he signed a fight, a guy by the name of Oscar Bonavena, who they referred to as the Brahma Bull. This here was a couple of months later. So now we're going into December 1970. Now we have this time, all right, so the fight is scheduled for 15 rounds. All right, so then they showing this guy from Argentina saying, Clay, go join the army. Clay, you ain't this. Clay, you a coward, and all that. So the fight comes on. Now, the Brahma Bull was pretty tough because it wasn't a walkover like Clark. He got in there, he slugged, and what have you. Then all of a sudden, our man, he went there and put the work on him. Left jab, right hand, bam, garbage. Bonavena looked like a drunk chasing a short dog at 6 a.m. in the morning. Then he So he says, "Oh, Ali, I'm so sorry, man. I shouldn't have said." And Ali said, "Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't have said."
Was you home with your parents? Was you home with your parents watching the fight?
No, they showed it on Wide World of Sports because what they used to do, before pay-per-view came in, you would have to go to the movie theater to buy a ticket to see what they would call on closed circuit. Then the following weekend, ABC Sports was showing.
Okay, so I got to see it. I didn't even know that. I got to see it the weekend after. I didn't see the live fight. That's something.
Right. Well, you witnessed history. And the history that you witnessed is that everywhere that where Ali went, the people would come out of droves to get his autograph. What happened to our Sheila?
She's around. She'll be back.
All right. There she is. Sister, now what you doing all this magic stuff? First you in a car, now you over here. Is this artificial intelligence messing with my head?
No, sometimes we got to keep it moving.
I see. Okay. All right. So after Bonavena, then they go up there and sign the big fight with him and Joe Frazier. In my personal opinion, the champ, talking about Ali, that is, he should have had 2 more fights before he fought Smoking Joe. March 8th, 1971. I'm in the 6th grade. At the end of the class, in the last 15 minutes of class, the teacher says, well, y'all know the big fight is coming on tonight. And all the kids say, yeah. He says, well, how many of y'all do you think Muhammad Ali is going to win the heavyweight crown again? Yeah. All the kids raised their hand. Then she says, and I think I told you this before. She says, well, how many of y'all think that Mr. Frazier is going to win? None of the kids raised their hand. That Tuesday, the next day at the fight, talk about some sad little kids. Now, here's the, and I feel kind of bad for Mr. Frazier on this one, too, what I'm about to say. So, as you know, the reporters go up and interview the fighters after the fight. So, all the reporters are around Ali asking questions and stuff like that. So, they said what happened. He just simply said in so many words that I took this fight too early. But I give Joe Frazier his props. You see what I'm saying? What?
It's echoing.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, so Ali gave Frazier his props. Okay. So then Smoking Joe Frazier, no disrespect to his family if they're listening, Mr. Frazier was in the hospital for about 6 months from the beating he took. Okay. So Ali was right back there about 2 months later, training for another fight. Okay, now we in the May 1971. So then he fought Jimmy Ellis, July of 71. Then he fought over in Ireland, let me see, about October of 71. Then he fought a couple of other fights toward the end of 71. Then he fought a bunch of fights in 1972. And you could pull his record up on BoxRec to see the records that he had for 72. Now he's gearing up to fight Joe Frazier again. But guess what happened? And I'm going to mention this here on the podcast that we do celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle. Then there was this big dude, man, out of Marshall, Texas. Big dude with a mustache. He won the gold medal in the 1968 Olympics in boxing. He fights Joe Frazier in Jamaica. Guess what? To quote the words of Howard Cosell, down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier. Pow, ping, bam. Down goes Frazier. Ref goes in there, stop the fight. George Foreman becomes the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, this is January of, wait a minute. Okay, so Ali goes through 71, like I said, through 72. Okay, he fights. Okay, Frazier loses the crown to Foreman January 73. Now, Ali fights this guy in San Diego, California, who was a Marine. He didn't have much style, but he can punch. He was a little relentless. Ali loses his second fight with a broken jaw, a guy by the name of Ken Norton. No disrespect to Mr. Norton's memory, but Ken Norton is the only heavyweight champion who has never won a championship fight. Okay, so Ali fights Norton September 1973 in Los Angeles at the Great Western Forum. Okay, Ali wins a decision. Okay, so now he's back in contention. So then Ali signs the fight with Big George, is because, oh yeah, wait a minute, hold it. So now going into 74, George Foreman is defending the crown again. He fights Ken Norton. Mows over Norton. I feel bad for Ken Norton. Knocks Norton out in the second round. Okay. So now, 74. Now, Ali fights Frazier in a rematch a couple of months before that, beats Frazier. Okay, now they sign the fight for the Rumble in the Jungle. Ali Bomaye. They sign the fight. Ali says this dude is slow. I'm going to be whooping on him and all this. Ali says he named all of his opponents. He named George Foreman the money. Okay. And what's going to happen is you're going to see Big George lose, and you're going to see me leave Africa as the heavyweight champion of the world. I want to fight in Africa because I want to win the crown back before black folks, you know, our brothers and sisters. Then Ali goes into seclusion for months, about 4 or 5 months. Then all of a sudden, on the Ebony magazine, Johnson Publications puts up, okay, now we're dealing with the rumble in the jungle now. And then you see this picture of Ali holding his axe, chopping all this wood, swelled up. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, I ain't never seen Ali in this shape before. Okay. So then Ali is doing that, and Ali says, I'm going to do this right here. This guy really has not been hit. He has not been tested. Okay. I'm too fast for him. So now they show Ali going to the airport to get on the plane to go to Africa. All right. Next thing you see, and then keep in mind, I'm doing this from memory now. Okay. Then you see Ali, him and his wife, get off the plane. And the people are there. As soon as he gets off the plane, man, Ali Boumaier, Ali Boumaier. So Ali asked one of the people who was with him, well, what is the people are saying? They saying Ali kill him is what they're saying, which is the translation. Okay. So then they open Africa. The original date schedule was September 28th, 1974. George gets cut in sparring. He got a real bad cut in sparring. And then this is where I saw this dude with this electric hair wearing his loud suit, smoking his fat cigars with a mustache by the name of Don King, who's the promoter. So Ali is saying is, don't let George go back to the U.S. because if he does, I think he'll pull out the fight. Okay. So Ali's holding the press conference. Okay. Him is there. Dundee is there. Ali is talking all this stuff right there. So then Don King says something that Ali didn't dig to Angelo Dundee. And Ali goes off on Don King. He says, man, don't you ever tell Angelo to shut up. He says, I know you got this bum picked, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to lose. The people know who's going to win. And Ali, went on a tirade. So now, October 30th, 1974, that we're going to talk about on Shabbat.
What are we going? I'm sorry.
What?
What we doing? What we talking about?
Okay, Elia asked me a question about Ali's comeback, and I'm going through the events actually in my mind was left of it. Okay, now we up to the rumble in the jungle. Okay, so and always remember, people, is that the challenger for the crown always enters the ring first. The champion enters in last. So then they show Ali coming in there and the people are going ecstatic. You know what I'm saying? He's waving to the crowd. Now George Foreman is coming up there into the ring. So now they're putting the gloves on, depending on what state or what country that the bout is sanctioned in. You either put the gloves on in the ring or you can put the gloves on in the dressing room before you come out. And then you got to have the commission inspect the gloves, okay, to make sure that they sound intact. Okay, so then Ali's talking stuff. George trying to stay away from him. First round comes up. Ali gets up on his toes, smashes Foreman with a right cross. Then all of a sudden, about the second round, Ali starts laying on the ropes. And his people are saying, man, get off the ropes, get off the ropes. So George is up there throwing the haymakers. Miss, 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 miss. Catches Ali with an uppercut. Okay, Big George eats 3 jabs and a right cross, hits solid. And this goes on all the way up there into the 8th round. Then Ali's rope-a-doping all through the fight, as he called it, the rope-a-dope. So then Big George hits him, and Ali said in his book in the 5th round, he says, I can't take too many of these, so I'm going to have to shut this dude down early. He's getting tired. Then round 8 comes. Ali's on the ropes. Then George is coming up there. George so tired he almost fell out the ring. The referee had to pull him back in the ring. Then Ali gave him the business. Yeah. Triple jab, left hook, overhand right, jab, right cross, bam! George is on his back, huffing and puffing. And then the crowd goes crazy. Then, to show you the power of the ancestors, then it starts raining. and Ali got the championship back. And then when you look at that fight, toward the end, Don King comes up there to Ali with a great big smile on his face. Then all of a sudden you see Don King, his face goes straight. Ali cussed him out. He said, I told you this dude wasn't nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the champ went on there and defended his crown for a few years after that, lost it to Leon Spinks, and then Ali got the crown back from Spinks, where he made history being the first man to ever regain the heavyweight title. Okay, can't hear you, y'all. You got to unmute your mic, sir.
That was some storytelling right there.
That was interesting. Through the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, he brought me back to I actually remember that Rumble in the Jungle.
Yes.
I didn't realize they actually fought October 30th, which is my birthday. So Ali won a fight on my birthday, and the Boston Red Sox won a World Series on my birthday. I love these people for doing these things on my birthday.
Hell yeah. So, I don't mean to correct you. The Boston Red Sox did not win the World Series in 1974 with the Oakland A's.
I'm not talking about in 1974 with the World Series and the Boston Red Sox. They just recently won. The last time they won on October 30th was like 3 years ago, and they won it on my birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And I didn't know Ali. I didn't know that fight was on my birthday. I don't remember it being on my birthday, but it being that you're saying it was October 30th, I love it. Yeah, because that's my birthday.
You could Google it. Google Rumble in the Jungle. You could Google it. And we're certainly going to be talking about it. And then too, you got to keep in mind is that white America hated Muhammad Ali. They hated him with a passion.
I remember that.
Okay. And the reason why they hated him with a passion, because the man recited poetry in his first reign when he was going to defeat his opponents. I mean, man, how humiliating can that be? Here's a dude, man, reciting poetry. Reciting poetry of how he's going to whoop your ass and does it?
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, and not only that, that's unusual. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I think that they did offer him classes at universities as an elective where he would teach poetry. I mean, and then a lot of boxers do work out with music for the time and the synchronization. Oh, and by the way, and the hit of the day right there was James Brown doing it to death. You can pull it up. That was the hit of the day. And then, of course, you had the Patricia Hearst kidnapping case that was unfolding with that in 1974. Then old stupid man, Evel Knievel, tried to jump the Snake River up there.
I remember that too.
Yeah, and it turned to garbage, you know what I'm saying? And then you had old boy, the male chauvinist that hated Billie Jean King at 55, wanted to play her in a tennis match, Battle of the Sexes. She smashed him, but she was like 29 and he's 55. I mean, whatever sanctioning body of that, they shouldn't have gave that old bastard no license to go out there and do that. At 55 years old, man, is you crazy?
Okay, if you keep cussing, we're going to have to mute you.
Yeah.
Right.
What cuss word did I say?
Bastard.
That ain't a cuss word.
It's not in the Bible. My mother said if it's not in the Bible, it's a cuss word.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect your mother's wisdom, brother.
Okay. Because the only word I was ever allowed to say was ass. And I never got to say nothing else. In fact, y'all think I got big lips that they were born this way? My mother beat them this way for the stuff that I said wrong. And then a couple of times she caught me lying. So the backhand, the knuckles from the backhand That's why my
Right.
lips are so big.
Sound like a right cross.
Yeah, brother, from the back. Wait, into the back seat. I'd be sitting in the back seat. My brother and sister do something. What the hell is wrong? Pow! Smacked in the mouth.
Wow.
Yeah, just that simple, that quick. It happened. And that wasn't abuse.
Well, here's one for you. You gonna love this one, yeah. When I was little, one about 5, 6 years old, Mama overheard me use the term MF. So after absorbing my left hook followed by the right hand, she washed my mouth out with soap. Okay. And I guess this must have been the first implants in black military did me, because that she says, I'm going to tell you what that term MF means. And she told me its origins. Okay, and that out in my mind. You know what I mean? But and then of course you constantly heard it, you know, within our community and what have you. And then of course these guys in the rap industry, they use it quite flagrantly and stuff like that. But like I said, you know, I'm at the end of my lifetime, and the only thing that I could do is just leave down notes, stuff like this, you know, of what I've lived through, and for the generations after me, take what is useful, leave what is useless. I know. But black men, you are men.
So I just got a text telling me I have an early day tomorrow.
All right.
I got to get up before I wanted to get up and go to work.
Okay. All right.
I'm not complaining about the work. I'm not a lazy person. It's just they wait till the last minute to talk to me and tell me these things, and it kind of gets on my nerve. But you know, we all do what we got to do, right? I ain't complaining.
Oh yes, sir. Without a doubt. And I gotta get ready for the podcast tomorrow.
Okay, and so you have accepted your bond, which means Jesse and Lady Shay will also get bonds because you have accepted yours. I'm counting everyone.
Okay, the only thing I can say about that there, brother, I respect your knowledge. We have to discuss it further so I can get a clear understanding.
You keep doing Shabaka's live experience and just have your bond. See, this is where if I walked up to you from the United States government and say, here goes a check, fill it out for how much you want, you'd be standing there smiling and drooling on yourself, filling out the check. So you're going to act. You're going to act that same way. You're going to act that same way with these bonds. You're going to smile and drool on yourself for the bond.
All right, let's see what you're working with, man.
Yes, sir, brother. Thank
you. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
You gonna call in tomorrow, man?
That's the intentions, brother.
All right. Okay. So we hope, you know, that Blog Talk don't decide to tear down to throw a monkey wrench in the work and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Because with us, man, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
Anything can happen. I don't put nothing past these rascals, and I do mean nothing. Oh, yeah. But if I was sitting up there talking about, well, I'm not going to say that because we got a lady.
Yeah, but you would get the best reception in the world if you did. See, you didn't even have to finish that sentence. I knew where it was going.
Yeah. But okay. Akshita says, let's play a song. What's the song?
Let's get it in.
Play Doing It to Death by James Brown. Bring back memory.
We are trying to play. We are playing new artists, uplifting music from new artists that take us into the new world, into the future.
It ain't with a bunch of cussing and stuff.
No, that's why. So now we're the ones asking for no cussing. Why would we turn around and play cussing? You see, I sat here and controlled my mouth. I didn't cuss because I asked you not to.
I do cuss in some of my music now. I got a couple cuss words.
Sister Akshita, I heard you do some cussing now.
Yeah, I can do some
cussing now, Sister Akshita.
It's not belligerent. It's not belligerent, and I haven't heard your lyrics be belligerent, over sexualized. I don't hear you talking about drugs, sex for the sake of sex. I don't hear you talking about none of that stuff. So we can ignore certain cussing. Like if you only cuss once in a song, you probably get away with it with us. But if your song and the tempo of your song is basically cussing, it won't get played. So that's what we mean by cussing, you know. Sometimes the cuss word does fit. A lot of times it don't. We just need to measure when it does and doesn't.
Okay, well, I'm going to play Indigo Task Force.
Yes, ma'am. I'm muting.
The Task Force. You make me think about
Matriarch LLC presents to you the Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide,
mothers around
and
the
unusual
world.
crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully.
Indigo Task Force.
Mothers are the overseers of the growth and development of our youth. We are the Total Recall, the Indigo Task Force, the Total Recall of the Matriarch. We stand against genocide, cruel, and unusual crime against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare.
Safe haven. Matriarch LLC stands with revolutionary women. The Indigo Task Force, mothers around the world, it's the return of the matriarch. The Indigo Task Force are the chosen sons and daughters, the forerunners, the recon team, collecting data to teach the next generations in remembrance of previous lifetimes. We protect Indigo tribes, we are the Care Bears. Mama Bears, the Beanie Queens, protecting our legacy, our progeny, creating safe havens. Fort Matriarch got boots on the ground. We are the Indigo Task Force. We are the matriarchal power. We're standing in the gap as we keep it moving forward with boots on the ground. We're on divine assignment, connecting mothers in the right alignment to protect the Indigo tribes as we advocate against injustice. We are the Indigo Task Force. The Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crimes against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Mothers are the overseers. The Indigo Task Force is standing in the gap for family caregivers, here to protect our special needs with compassion, consideration, patience, and understanding. We stand in the gap for the mental health crisis we are faced with internally and externally. We form up like ants in formation and unity. It's time for activation of ITF, the Indigo Task Force. We must form a union of bodies who are willing and able to activate in the process of the bloodless revolution is the only solution.
Return of the Matriarch.
We are the Indigo Task Force. Indigo Task Force.
Return of the Matriarch.
Well, all right. Yeah, you need to make you some CDs on that there and start marketing them, sister.
Oh,
Las
you
Vegas.
like that, huh?
Yeah, Las Vegas would be the place to do it.
Well, why don't you go to her website and put that song in your playlist? Go to her
Okay.
YouTube page, Matriarch LLC, and put that song in your playlist and let your friends
Wait a
hear it.
minute. No, I already got it, yeah, because I follow her on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, so
So
play
I
the
should already
songs
have it.
sometime. Go into her playlist and play the songs.
Yeah, I played a lot of her songs.
Okay.
That one I haven't posted. That one right there.
It's
if
not
you
in there?
hear- No, I haven't published that
Go
song.
get it copywritten, sister. Go get it copywritten. Bum rush the copyright. Bum rush the copyright. Bum rush the copyright. Quickly. Because you sitting
you
on
like that.
gold there, sister. Hell, you sitting on platinum. Which is worth more than gold. And then just to mess with everybody's head, okay. And the only reason I'm doing this is so I can start myself getting a little bit of sparring in before tomorrow morning. Repeat after me. Elon Musk is not no African. He is a Boer.
Well, see, Shabaka, that's what I'm talking about, Shabaka. That might be a misstatement, Shabaka.
No, it's just accurate statement.
Well, Shabaka, listen. The people who call themselves African are not African. They're Alkebulanans. They are Nubians. They are Cushites. They are Egyptians. They are
Zulu,
okay, all of that. Now, I would say Elon Musk is an African because all of our people that's only because you're taking pride in the word African and you're not listening to a word I'm saying to you. You taking pride in the word Scipio Africanus. Scipio Africanus came from Rome, and you always say those gay people, those whatever. That he came from Rome. He went into Alkebulan, went into the middle of Alkebulan, came back out and went to Rome and said, "I have conquered Africa," and so they called it Africa after Africa Africanus. And then all the people they called Africans, as in the possession of Africanus. Those people are the possession. So that's why the Boer, they can have that name African, and Elon Musk can be an African because he belongs to Africanus, not my peoples over there.
Sir. There's a tape not a tape. Okay. You ever heard of Miriam Makeba? Yeah.
I've heard that name, but I can't say on what level.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Ashley Elder, she made a big hit about 1967 called Pata Pata. Okay. Miriam spoke 8 different languages, from Zulu to Xhosa, French, English, and Dutch. Because she traveled all over the world. She was very popular in the mid-1960s. And her biggest hit was a song called Pata Pata. Okay. Now, the Xhosa language, they speak in cliques, okay? And she has done quite a few of her songs in cliques. She was also married to Hugh Masekela. She was also married to Kwame Ture. Okay, and her whole family is musical because before her transition, she did a concert and she had all her children and grandchildren up there and their daughters and what have you. And I'll tell you one thing. I would leap over 1,000 Taylor Swifts to get one of the next to one of her daughters when I was a young man.
Okay, so right now, I am stating that dude is an African that you call a Boer, And I'm saying he has more right to be an
He's
African
a
than any of my
Boer.
people. The one you call a Boer, I say he has more right to be an African than the people over there who call themselves African, who we call African. They are not African. So listen to this, Shabaka. Listen.
Not originally called Africa. We had a completely different name. Wow. I'm going to tell you what Africa was called, why the name changed, and who changed it. Pay attention. The landmass we now know as Africa was home to many peoples over the time.
Let this play.
Moors, Numidians, Nubians, Carthaginians, and Ethiopians. The name Africa was created by Europeans, and the Romans popularized it in the West as part of their conquest of the region, specifically the northern parts of the continent. The word
Look at all them
Greek
stinking,
and
nasty, filthy savages.
Africa in Latin means sunny, and Phrike in Greek means the spirit of horror. The land was known by many names, such as Ortygia, Kofi, Libya, and Ethiopia. But what was the original name of Africa? The indigenous name. It was Al-Kebulan, which translates to the Garden of Eden and Mother of Mankind. Now, some would like to argue that Al-Kebulan is an Arabic name, but the truth is it just sounds Arabic because of the Al and is not Arabic in origin. As we build a better awareness of our identity, now you know what the continent was originally called.
So now, with that right there, the point is Elon Musk is an African because they're not African.
Musk is garbage. Elon Musk is a punk.
You could call him also. He is also African because even they're saying it from the continent. That's not our original name. That is a slave term to call us Africans. They're saying it.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with none of your wisdom, y'all. But just hear me out on the point. It's like, let me put it there like this. He's not one of our people.
Now that once again, we're agreeing again. I'm not trying to claim that he is, but by saying that, then we're just simply recognizing that he is an African because he's not one of us. He's an African, but he's not Akubulanian. He's not Nubian. He's not Kushite.
Sir. Let me tell you something. That cave dweller has straight hair and white skin. That is a European.
Shabaka, you are ignoring the message to say what you're saying. You are pushing an agenda that doesn't have solid ground because you just heard this. You just heard this man state facts about his own land and say that it is not Africa, it is Akubulan. Africa is a word that belongs to Rome, that belongs to the Greeks.
Now, this is where we need Brother Paris. The person who you just put up there, is he a tether?
A tether?
Paris would have more information on that.
A tether? Is he somebody just clinging on? Is that what you're asking?
No, a tether is a neocolonialist. A neocolonialist is a Negro, black man, okay, brother, somebody who don't have blue eyes, white skin, and straight hair that proposes like that propels the Eurocentric doctrine of the colonizers.
Okay, so
the source of this
now,
information
me knowing law. If he had said he was an African or a black, he would be strengthening the colonizer's position. But since he said, we are not African, it's not our true name, he is going against the colonizer. He can't be a tether. He just took all the colonizers. He just took all the colonizers' powers away from them by stating we are not African. We are
and to strip the colonizer of more power. That's why the people there refer to themselves as Kosa, as Sutu, as Zulu, as Ashante, as Kikayu, Masai.
Okay, so that
Okay,
means
now
they
I'm
are
gonna
not
answer
Africans.
you. Get my note.
So
Okay,
that just means
but
that just means they are not Africans, because you just named a whole bunch of other
well,
stuff, and that's the point of what we're making here. They are not Africans. That is a word from the Greek. African.
Okay,
Say that again.
they're Maasai. They're Maasai. They're Zulu. They're Xhosa.
Anything but African. Let Elon Musk be African. We are. He is not. They are not Africans, and we aren't.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way, and I want to make this perfectly clear, by the way. If Elon Musk was laying somewhere and needed a blood transfusion, like a Ku Klux Klansman, I'll pull out my Johnson and piss on it.
Good Lord. All right, Shabaka. We thank Shabaka for joining us this evening. Don't forget that he has his own show tomorrow morning, Shabaka's Black Experience. Please call in to Shabaka's Black Experience and get some of this knowledge and wisdom that this brother has.
So on that hell, y'all, Sister Cheetah, I'm gonna bid y'all a good night because I think I had some coffee. I'm gonna spend half the night trying to go to sleep, and I got to sign into the studio tomorrow. And
I gotta
hopefully this thing decides to work and they don't throw a monkey wrench in our works again, because they don't dig this truth that we talk on these platforms. But all I ask is one thing: if we disagree, please let us disagree agreeably. Oh, and by the way, if you come on tomorrow when Sarge gets up there, rain upside his dome, man, like we did last Friday. That was beautiful. Bing, bing, pam, 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 bam, man, and say to him, "What's my name?"
Got you, Shabaka. Got you, man.
All right, brother. Okay, so I'll talk to you. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. So how are you feeling, Cheetah?
I'm well. It has been fun. Enjoyed your storytelling and the fact that you can recall such details about events that keep us in the know of the journey of some of the most greatest people that overcame the injustice system in their greatness, their skills, talents, and abilities. And I would hope that they will hear these stories and think, you know what? We can do it too.
Okay, now let me ask you. Now, what's this official seal business you got up here?
Oh, you like that?
You got official seal up here by your pitch.
Yeah, that's the Empire of Nubia official seal. We the people. The Empire of Nubia. Oh, you thought we were playing?
Yes, they do. They don't realize that. I keep telling them the stuff that we are talking about.
We do this disappearing
stuff we are talking about. We are doing. We're not just talking about it. I'm not talking about pesos and trillions and billions. And you think I ain't put it together? You think it ain't going into the works? You think it ain't labeled? It ain't fit to move out? Y'all done lost your mind. We're working this. What we're talking to y'all about. Every part of it.
All I can say about that is this: rumble, young man, rumble. Okay, so
yes, sir.
I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Okay,
thank you, Shabaka.
To blow up our laptops and stuff like that.
It was really good to have you on tonight, Shabaka. It was fun.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Like I said, yeah. If you join the show tomorrow, man, you got my full permission, man, to go rain up upside Sarge's dome. That is if he decides to show up.
Before you go, though, I do have to say this. I did catch when Shabaka, when Elia, you called Shabaka's show, Shabaka's live experience. And then when he carried on, and it was going to be no change from then to now. You went back to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and then you also encourage people, if you're interested in what he's saying, listen, he has a show, and this is where you can go to hear that show and things like that. And so, and then Shabaka came in and said, if we can't agree, disagree. Yeah, if we don't agree, we can disagree agreeably. And so I think I like how we all coming from different angles. And just like Shabaka said, take what's useful and get rid of what's useless. But I will hope that
those ain't my words. You know who said that?
Bruce Lee.
Oh, my bad, Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee said.
Yes, Bruce Lee. Yes, sir. You are correct. That's Bruce
I
Lee.
didn't say that. It was Bruce Lee. I stand
and
correct.
Bruce Lee. Now, another thing about Bruce Lee.
I was in the middle of talking. See, I knew you were going to take over again. You were saying good night.
What? One thing I was going to say was that he was born in San Francisco and grew up in Hong Kong.
Say hey, baby. You say hey. She like it when you she like because you be making her laugh. Because I be fussing even when you ain't on the phone or I ain't even talk to you and it's something you been a did or said. And I be around the house. I be talking about you till the whole house got to hear me talking about you. Yeah. I talk about Elia too. Everybody know. I be like, yeah, Elia on the post. I don't know what he talking about. I got to get with him to see what he talking about. What he mean by this. And that be them days where I be like, okay, so what about this right here? What that mean? So, my point is that these types of unions and conversations are welcome throughout our house. So it's good stuff here, and I hope that what I was going to say is, I hope that anyone listening will find the value in the message, even when it seems as though there was no camaraderie. That's just in the process of sensing information.
Thank you, Cheetah. And I see that Paris typed up the show for tomorrow, and he is the co-executive producer, and he's live with Jay Dizzle. Okay, now, Cheetah, are you all familiar with Jay Dizzle?
Not really. I heard him once.
Brother, man, real good brother. No, real good brother. He's got a lot of knowledge, man. That's a real good brother, Jay Dizzle. And one thing about Jay Dizzle is that he has no problem kicking idiots off his show. Actually, I think that's why I got that from him. Because you witnessed me a couple of times I cheated where somebody called up my show and shouted a whole bunch of obscenities to me, and I'm not going to repeat it because we have children in earshot and whatever. And I just pushed the exec button. I'm
familiar with Jay Dizzle.
Oh, yeah.
Ashe.
Oh, yeah. Because up there in the PMW.
in the PMW.
Yeah, that's the Pacific Northwest, man.
Okay, yes. Mhm.
Oh, and by the way, Akshita, you remember when I showed you Mount Shasta that time with all the snow on top of it?
I don't know, but she was the only woman that really just kind of like tried to feel me out and see where I stood on things. And she
Who's
didn't
this
get
now?
Mount Shasta? No, he said Mount Shasta.
No, Akshita, I said Mount Shasta.
Oh, Mount Shasta, yes, I remember.
Okay, Mount Shasta, guess what? This is gonna
I
blow
was
your
telling
mind.
my thought about what we was talking about. You switched up on me. But yeah,
Okay,
Mount Shasta, I remember.
Yeah, okay. All the snow on Mount Shasta is gone. The glacier melted. Okay, due to global warming. Now they got a little bit more. Yeah, they got a little bit of snow up on it. Yeah, because you know the last couple of winters, I guess it got a little bit of snow. But that there was a glacier, you know. And then, by the way, too, as you always mentioning about the hurricanes and what have you, I got a very weird feeling. I hope that I'm wrong. Okay, but I think we're getting ready to get hit with a 7.5 out here off the West Coast.
Mm.
And that can bring the tsunami. And keep in mind, the Pacific is much bigger than the Atlantic Ocean is. And the cold part about it is, when I was in Florida, I never got a chance to see the Atlantic Ocean, and I'm mad about that because I wanted to line up on my cell phone the exact lineage, or the what do they call that, Akshita, in navigation? The linear, the straight line to Africa. And I just wanted to look at that and listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago. But you're right, Joel, yeah, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let you go. But yeah, a tsunami is bad, man. When the quake hits, the tsunami could happen. And up there by Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, where the Golden Gate Bridge is, they do got a great big sign up there saying that if a tsunami comes in here, we ain't responsible for nothing because everybody is gone. And keep in mind that Frisco Bay is only 90 feet deep at its deepest point. That's how they were able to build those bridges there. But when you get like say about a half a mile due west of that Golden Gate Bridge, you're falling off the continental shelf. And then you got everybody out there in the ocean there for you. Got Flipper, you got Jaws, you got the Barracuda. Oh, they got something in that Pacific Ocean for your ass. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And why them fools go out there and surf the waves is beyond me. I can't do it. I ain't crazy.
You funny, though. You may not be crazy, but you funny. You
funny how? Do I look like a clown? Do I amuse you? What the F is so funny about me?
You gotta shoot him in the foot. You gotta shoot him in the foot.
Well, when Joe Pesci, if you ever hear any of these here, Mr. Pesci, I would love to meet you, Mr. Pesci. You know what I'm saying? Because I've loved this work for years. From the Goodfellas to My Cousin Vinny. Y'all ever see My Cousin Vinny?
I probably seen it
once. He was a lawyer.
Probably seen it once.
And Herman Monster was the judge. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. You all younger than me. Y'all don't know nothing about no Herman Monster.
No who?
The Munster?
Exactly.
The Munster?
Lily, dude that
Lily and Herman.
No,
Wednesday.
No. Whoa. Hold on, yeah, you on to something right there. Lily, she was an actress by the name of Yvonne DiCarlo that played in the Ten Commandments when she was Moses' wife. Now, get this here. She was Lily on the Monsters, but there's another movie that she made called Band of Angels, made in 1957. See it. And if you thought The Imitation of Life made you cry or broke your heart, this one is gonna downright piss you off. It's called Band of Angels. What her and Clark Gable is in it. And it does have something to do, well, y'all, just to give you a hint. It does have something to do with Bond and Proctor. And I'm going to leave it at that. Because if I tell you anymore, I'll spoil the movie for you.
Yeah, don't do that.
Most definitely see if you can see a movie called Imitation of Life. And that is a movie that's going to downright make you cry. And if it does not make you cry, you ain't him.
Oh, wow. People used to tell me stuff like that, and then I'd see their movies and I wouldn't cry, and I would feel strange around them because they told me I was supposed to cry. I still didn't cry, but I felt strange.
Sir, if you see this movie, Imitation of Life, made in 1959, okay, and if it doesn't make you cry, brother, you ain't human. That's all I got to say. It was so sad. But however,
my access to Band of Angels is only trailers, 2 minutes long. I don't have a full access to Band of Angels.
Oh no, because YouTube, what them crooks did, what them no good crooks did, and if I ever next time I go back over there to San Mateo County, well, then again, I might mess around and get arrested. Well, I'm gonna give YouTube a piece of my mind. Because that's what they do. Because they used to show you the daggone movies, man, all the way through it. Now they want you to pay for it. And they show you like little teaser trailers. All the movies.
Remember the TV Guide used to be able to get all of these CDs for a penny and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you know that YouTube is that company?
I believe it. It's a multi-trillion-dollar organization. Yes,
sir. I didn't know that before today, but I believe it makes sense because everything became digital. I remember when YouTube didn't exist.
Okay.
YouTube,
I remember when it first came out.
It took me a little longer to adapt to YouTube. But them young folks, when they came out at that age, they was already ready and they was already on it.
Once I seen the music, I was in. As long as I get this free music,
got everything.
Remember LimeWire?
Yes.
I had so many songs and movies that I downloaded from LimeWire. Oh my God, I couldn't believe like all the music from way back. I don't care who you want to say, I had it.
I used to burn CD.
Oh yeah.
I made my mother a CD that made her cry. She put it in the car, and you know, like before she took off, she put it in and played it, and she started crying. She couldn't even touch the wheel to drive. Mommy, what's wrong with you? I love it so much. I'm just so happy. I was like, oh my God, here she goes again. Give her 10 minutes.
Or I don't know if it was Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, but one of those groups had a big hit by that same name called LimeWire.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Did you say LiveWire or LimeWire?
No, Live, L-I-V-E.
Okay.
Wire.
Ours is L-I.
Pick up the bare copper wire, man, off the power line is gonna fry your ass. That kind of LiveWire.
Ours was L-I-M-E.
Oh, Lime.
Yeah, LimeWire.
LimeWire. But
man.
But I do know Motown did have a hit called LiveWire. Yep. And it was either I think it was Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, the same ones that sung the song Nowhere to Go. You got nowhere to go now, baby. Nowhere to go.
Okay, then. Sound good.
Now, I remember them songs as a little kid. As a little kid in the 60s, everybody had their Motown 45s and albums now, from the Miracles, the Vandellas, the Marvelettes, the Supremes, Junior Walker, the All-Stars.
Temptation.
And by the way, sometimes when we in the show, I said we're playing a song right here dedicated to the memory of Dr. Huey P. Newton for ensuring safety in the streets in 1966. That's Junior Walker and All-Stars was shot. I say, shot down, shoot 'em up, baby. Now, connect the dots of why I play that record in tribute to the memory of Dr. Huey Percy Newton, who literally put his life on the line, ensuring our safety in the cities of Oakland, in the city of Oakland. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So I'm gonna bid you good folks good night, because I gotta talk with Paris before the night's out, and it's 11:30 where he at. So I want to catch him before he nods off to sleep. He got a busy day tomorrow. All right.
Yes,
so
sir. God.
Call in.
Sir.
Let everybody know to call in, and then we could all gang up on Sarge.
All right, brother. Thank you for tuning in with us.
And thank you, sir, for having me. All right, night, Akshita.
Good night.
And this is Shabaka San Carter. We're signing off from Sin City, Lost Wages, Park Break, all that good stuff. Cars being sold, desert, reptilians crawling out there, skin shed, and the rattlesnake just looking for somebody just to coil up against. That's the only thing gonna do is bite the shit out of you, Just like it said in the Bible, the old what's the name picked up the snake, and he was hurt, beat up real bad. Oh, you bit me. I helped you. You knew I was a snake when you picked me up, you dumbo. So the only thing to do with a snake is to shoot it, to kill it, make shoes out of it. You know what I'm saying? I think I've seen a couple of crossing I-15 out here in this desert from here to LA. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Peace and love, Shabbat. Hey, Side Star. So the other day, I sent you a clip. No, I sent you a movie and told you to go into the movie. Was you able to go into it?
I did not.
Okay, so wait, because we're going to hear these words before we get done tonight.
Okay.
So when we talk about our people and we're talking about economics and things of that nature, and nobody understands a bond or what the bond means, I'm hoping that when you hear this, it brings everybody kind of up to speed, because just knowing what a bond is, I don't expect everybody to know. That would be unfair. That would be me being a butt. But based upon the words. Okay. I'm still too far in. I'm not far enough. So I'm finding it. It doesn't have the lead thing for me to go by. Luckily, no, 120. That's what I put. 120.
You told me the time space of the part you were right?
Yes, ma'am. What was the first one?
I believe
1 hour
and 50. I think it was 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 20 seconds.
That's too far. Oh my God. That was the first one. 1 hour 58 minutes.
No, 55.
Right. What was the first one? That's the second one.
This says 155:20 through 157:17.
Okay, I think that was the second one. Hold on, I'm going in there now.
I didn't get a first one. Oh no, I see 118.
118. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was around 120, but 118.
Yeah, 118 to 121.
Okay, I got it.
My bad. I didn't even see that up there. It meshed so well
with the video. Okay, so now I'm going to draw the scene without telling you. So during World War II, these Jewish people got stuck on a boat, and no country, they call this movie Voyage of the Damned, no country would take these Jews off the boat. So they were supposed to get off in Cuba, in Havana, but their government was running the game on the passengers, and so were the other countries. This boat actually took off to go pick up some secret war materials in Cuba to take back to Germany. So they put Jewish people on the boat in Germany and pranked like they were supposed to get off in Cuba to have their freedom. But that was never the story. Here's where the captain, the people from the embassies, this is a discussion amongst a Jewish dude and somebody from, well, one of the Cuba premiers, one of their.
I would have to suggest what about 937 reasons? What the hell is happening here? Classic. Lee says he acted in good faith. Goldsmith was worn out. Benitez wants more money. Batista waits on the sideline. Brew is unavailable, and you say Manana. The only thing I've been offered on this island are bananas, cigars, and horse. We're a poor country. We must sell what we have, including your politicians. No. We don't honestly believe that Cuba has a monopoly of corruption. You can afford to be more or less sophisticated with for an alternative. We must be more or less open. It's very, very simple. You're Jew.
No matter what
Ain't that something?
you have, Aspire can help you have fewer attacks.
There aren't you matter of negotiation. Simple as that. Lives of 937 people. Just a commodity. How do I start the business? Well, you notice that the president said that he decided not to admit to refugees that they would be an intolerable burden on the economy. And that's why he offered you your opening. Your approach to the agency is prepared to put up a bond, a larger
Did you hear that?
You could hear it, but I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. So you see this guy. This guy represents the Jews on the boat. The other dude represents Cuba officials.
Okay.
They're negotiating for the Jews to get off that boat from Germany, where if they go back, they're all going to be killed. In the negotiation, the guy from Cuba tells him, when you talk to our president, he gave you an opening. So if your people would put up a bond, we'll let your people off the boat. But the nation has to put up a bond first, just in case these people do any destruction. It took a bond to get these people off the boat. We don't think a bond is going to get us out of our problems. And this is a bond that we associate within ourselves. And this go ahead.
You said something earlier. And we're having a lot of feedback. Concerning bonds, and you was talking to Shabaka about the currency and things, right? And you said the bond, you would use the okay. So how I seen it in my mind when you were saying what you said is when you said if you want to buy a house, the nation will buy the house, and then you will get the house through the nation. So therefore, the government cannot take anything away from you. And so as far as the bonds go, it's like you have a bond, and the bond is like if you have a bond of endless amounts of currency, you have this bond, you don't have to do anything. You become what they call a black card holder. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the card you use, and that card, anything that comes as a bill on that card, you send that to. So if you're spending within the bond, then it's covered, and you have to do the appropriate actions to cover it. And once you identify yourself in a bond, then it's recognized everywhere because everyone speaks the same language. So it sounds foreign to someone who doesn't know what it's all about. Am I on?
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head as far as how it all is concerned and how it all works. And everything is by acceptance. You accepting. You accept the fact of accepting fiat because we were taught to do this as we grew up. Nobody really taught us about bonds and stocks and what they were and how to utilize them and all that good nature. I wanted to know, so I went and found out. And that's the difference between me knowing and somebody else not knowing. I wanted to know.
It's interesting how prior to the cards, EBT cards, when you had the paper money, they were all different colors. They had pictures on them. It looked like Monopoly money. And I remember those books and how they looked, how they felt, how big they were. It was so big. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was like a voucher. And so just like the food stamps were used, that was financial support that was in a bond. And so those paper monies signified coupons to retrieve things within this amount. So it was a regulated service rather than unlimited. restricted. You muted.
A lot of times when we talk about money, we'll hear people bring up okay, who was the African king who rode around and spread out all the gold? I hate when I do this. There was an African king who rode around and he took gold and he spread it all out. But when he spread the gold out, he devalued the gold, Mansa Musa. And then he had to go back out and collect all the gold that he gave out because he devalued the gold. So when us building these bonds, we have to build them with that same criteria that we can't just come out here and make ourselves millionaires because we have bonds. There has to be a level of things so that we don't devalue other countries' money or our own. We don't want to devalue anybody else's because we don't want ours devalued. So we have to come out fair. So in doing these bonds, the highest one of us would make $103,000 at the end of the year. But $103,000 is upper middle class. $50,000 is you have lower class and you have upper lower class. $50,000 is upper lower class. The lowest we have is 50. The highest we have is 103,000 plus. So we didn't mess up the system because 50,000 still leaves you in the poverty level. 50,000 with us means you're at instead of getting a school loan, we're giving you the funds you need to educate yourself, put a roof over your head, a house, and all of that, and we're giving you funds. So it's not nothing you got to pay back. By you establishing your bond, you made yourself a student for life. You got 50,000 pesos for life. The United States didn't give you $50,000 in welfare, but you got 50,000 pesos for life. Yes, ma'am.
That's how the Native Americans on the reserves, on the reservation, that's how they operate. Once you get to a certain age, you get funded for homes, set up and everything, and a monthly stipend. You even attended their university, whatever they have on the reservation available to better yourself. And usually it be classes in lifestyle, type courses, how to live and how to grow your own food and how to create a business and how to find your skill and your craft and talent and help you to meet those goals. So the money that you have that's bonded to you, you can use it in the best way, and they help you the whole way through the process as long as you are associated with that tribe.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's the same thing you're saying to do. So that makes a lot of sense because I have spoken to people who live on the reservation, and that's what I'm knowing for, for a fact.
Yes, ma'am. And so the United States and every other nation operates the same way, except with those people who are not a part of their system, which in this case equals out to being me and you. We are not the original part. We've been naturalized into the system. And so we don't get all those benefits and we don't know about them. And they don't have to tell us. They're not cheating at all. They don't have to tell us. We're supposed to build for ourselves.
You're right. I'm always like, how did they get this and I don't ever get it? How are they getting all this stuff? I don't even know anything about any of this. I'll be counted out of everything. So I'll be like, well, I guess it's not for me. And that just made me work harder.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and the real part is it wasn't for me. That's the realest part. It wasn't for me. So that's why I don't know about it. So now that I do know somebody been, who am I to get mad? It's not for me. Stop coveting in other people's yards or other people's lifestyles. If we stop doing that, we'd be so far ahead of this game. It's a shame.
You know how many people are told by the state agencies in order to receive services, you got to quit your job, and you can't have a man in the home.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
and so how many people sell their souls to be taken care of by the government?
Yes, ma'am.
You got to be willing to sacrifice those things. And they come and do their welfare checks to see, because you know people trying to get you messed up, so they can find out the program, get into the program that snitches get into.
Yes, ma'am.
You got to be a snitch to get in that program, and you don't know about that program if you ain't a snitch.
Yes, ma'am.
So somebody always watching and looking and keeping tabs so they can try to get messed up in the system.
And so now we have a clear way to deal with ourselves and get out of the system. And that's why I keep saying we don't need to take their offers. We need to build up our own. Right now today, many of our people need their offers. I'm not going to argue that. But there's enough, and I'm dealing with the masculine form. I'm not even going to speak on the feminine form. There's enough of us who are healthy enough to build this. And then for those of us who aren't healthy enough, we could take care of them. Because there's 8 of us working together right now. We've already made a few million. We didn't get to our trillion and billions, but we've made a few million already just because there's 8 of us who've been counted doing what we're doing. We've already maxed out a few million. And this is in weeks, not months. It's in weeks that we maxed out on millions because of the way the system was set up. Now we need other people to come along, which is the reason why I wouldn't let Shabaka get out of here without saying yes. So that we can add it all up. Because that's all the world wants to see, is that we added it up. And now here goes a very big number for us to work with within the system of ourselves. When we benefit ourselves, their system will spike up and start benefiting them. Because now they're not taking care of us.
Right. Okay. So I see what you were doing, what you're working for.
And they should have never let me see that movie with that part right there. They would not let them people off that boat until a bond was signed.
Ain't that something? Everything comes in the right time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I see you getting your eat in, and I just got called for an early day tomorrow, which they better not cancel on me after calling me. People like to do.
Yeah. I hate that too. Sometimes it happens.
I hate to get up and get dressed just to get undressed and go back to bed.
Right.
You just let me alone.
You should have let me know. Tonight is episode 26.
Yes, it is.
Current event.
And we have engaged in more interesting conversation. We had Shabaka show up.
Yes. That was very interesting.
Yes, and he did very good tonight. He didn't cuss like he can.
Well, that's why I played that video. I mean, that's that sound because I wanted him to hear. Sometimes we have to be reminded of the greatness in us. If everybody is paying attention and focusing focusing on your loud and ignorant or robust and whatever you want to say as in your vibrato. When people focus in on that, then that's what you give them. But it's a place for everything. You do whatever you want to do. This Black experience.
And you know he's gonna get it in. I can't wait to get Joe Gibson up here.
Oh yeah.
And he just friended me on Facebook a few hours ago before we started, so I didn't try to get him on tonight.
Joe is the man.
Joe's gonna end up getting a bond too. Watch.
Joe about that life. Joseph Gibson is about that life. It just has to make sense. And the thing about it is if it can make sense to him, he will spread the word on his platform.
He'll do for us what we've been asking us to do that we won't even do for ourselves.
Yeah. Well, he's been asking me for years. We don't talk about it here recently, but a segment on his show in regards to the matriarch.
Okay.
And to be perfectly honest, it was always hard for me because number one, I was still working through my shyness. I'm really shy.
Okay.
I mean, I'm an extrovert, but I'm introvert too.
Yes, ma'am.
And that part of me wants to come out, and I don't like to be seen. I don't like to be heard.
Yes, ma'am.
But this show is showing this on a weekly basis. I'm feeling more comfortable with it. It has taken me all these years to feel this comfortable. Like I would always be on the camera, forcing myself because I had to. It was like whatever the message was, it had to come out, and it didn't matter what I looked like. I started noticing like I would take time and get my hair together and look all presentable because everybody on the internet was looking all presentable. I'm like, what? The message don't care what I look like. If it's the message, because by the time I do all that energy is gone. That energy is like you hesitating, procrastinating, and not doing what you're supposed to do. So I became obedient to the spirit, and I have a message inside something I wanted to say or felt like I wanted to say. I would just come on. And I just stopped caring what anybody thought about me. I had my my little white robe on. Then that became a thing. I'm like, now everybody doing videos and those now. Like, seriously, that's crazy. I ain't saying I started it. I'm just saying I ain't seen nobody doing that until after I did it. Maybe, just like when you get a car, you start seeing that same car on the road. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't saying I'm the first one. I'm just saying.
I ain't see it till I did it.
Right. Right. But yeah. It's been an interesting night. I'm gonna have to watch that because, as you saw, in motion. And I was listening, but I was still also present in my situation.
Yes, ma'am.
More present than I can be.
Well, please watch those 2 clips within this movie, Voyage of the Dam.
Okay.
And just
that's the whole movie. I might watch the whole movie, but
it was a good movie. Those 2 parts that I pointed out relate to us. And there's even a third, maybe even a 4th part that relates to us. But these 2 parts that I pointed out really relate to us. And this first one is something we could utilize. And the second one is a way for us to look at ourselves and see that, oh, wait a minute, this was done before and it didn't work. So what makes us think it's going to work now? And these are Jews doing the same thing that they got you doing today.
Oh, well, the world got the people hating Jews.
But when it comes to fighting for your freedom, like living in ghettos, the Jews were living in ghettos in 1000.
Way before we even knew what a ghetto was over here. They brought that concept here. We didn't have no ghettos over here. All that stuff was, and you see what they doing. They knocking them all down now.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they wanted the land. They don't have the people that was living on that land, working that land. And they don't want the people that's living there involved in the business they got going on concerning that land.
Yes, ma'am.
So because it's their land, they could, they how long they start burning them and boarding them up and not allowing people to move in, but slowly moving people out. And they have to, so like, we got to do something to get these people out of here. Let's build another housing project over here, and we're gonna call it Division Number 3. And you know what I'm saying? Then they put somebody on, they get a board together, and everybody on the board make decisions about what's going to happen with these people in Division 3.
Exactly. And we're always late to the meetings to tell them what we want done.
Well, late to the meetings, you never invited.
Had the meetings 3 years ago, and they only came to tell you what they was doing, not to give you a chance to tell them what you need done.
Exactly. I have seen people, especially Mobile, Alabama, have their city council meeting. And this lady was in the city council meeting, and this is being broadcast live. She said something that they didn't agree with. That man asked her repeatedly, 3 times or more, to repeat her name and address in a city council.
Because he didn't agree with her?
He was trying to make a point as to whether she was a part of the city or county. And she was part of the county. But nonetheless, now her information has been, so they can't be liable for anything that happens to her. Even though that was the code. Get her ass. Mess with her on her job because she was there because her job was in the city. So she was allowed to be in the city council meeting because she works in the city.
Mm-hmm.
But I learned watching this session that even though you work in the city, if you're not a resident within the city limits, it really don't matter what you think. And he told her that. And she needed to sit down because her opinion didn't matter.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I was like, I'll never go to a Mobile, Alabama City Council meeting. And
they don't make me feel wanted. They don't make me feel wanted.
Right, no, I'm definitely not going up in there because I know I would have been saying something to cause negative attention on myself that I didn't have time for because I have to take care of my children. So I wasn't afforded the opportunity to be the revolutionary, warrior that goes out there and, get dragged to jail and to go in and see and all of that and deal with that side of it. I can't do that.
There's no reason to.
And there is no reason to.
There's no reason. If you don't go to jail to do this, why should I?
Right. That's crazy.
We caught them, they invited us to a meeting one year. And after we went to the meeting and I seen what happened, I said, oh, so y'all keep inviting us to meetings to ask us what do we want, but then y'all get up and tell us what you're going to do. So guess what? Yeah. At your next meeting, we're coming in here with a full-scale plan, just like y'all do. They thought I was playing. Walking in there with blueprints and everything for them. This is what we want. This is how we want it. And like I said, I was doing it for Black people. That was part of my problem. I kept trying to do it. So I was making enemies. And then the people, like my soldiers, they were still seeing themselves as weak. So when the people came after me, they didn't know how to move.
So they stuck their tails and dispersed.
And took whatever gifts or offers they gave them to go against me.
Ain't that something? That's why you can't build with everybody. Once you get done like that, you move different.
I got away from everybody.
Yeah.
And then my son got killed. Then my son got killed. So nasty taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
But my son was out there being a gangster, so I gotta let it go.
Word. That's hard. That's tough. But you want to know something? That's one of the realest things I ever heard. Because most people will defend their child, even when their child is wrong. And
I went.
It affects other children who are out there doing the same thing to make them think that what they're doing is acceptable. And it's not.
My child was good. Your child was the devil. I saw him in action. And that's why I couldn't do it, because I've seen so many parents. I mean, they're hurt. I know that. But don't lie for your child. Now, don't stand here and talk about how good your child was. And I know your child was a menace.
When he was out there shooting everybody.
Threatening to shoot people. This is my block. Don't come down here. So guess what? One day he said it, and one of the dudes was scared of him. He came back and shot your son because your son told him not to come down the block or he'll shoot him. Now you out here crying, talking about what a good son you had. Really? I can't do that.
Right.
Again, I love my children to death, but daddy will never back you up in wrong. Daddy got to stand to the side on that. I never looked at my parents. I never looked at my parents to back me up in anything I did wrong. I knew right away they shouldn't find this out.
That part.
Mommy should never know this.
That
I'm gonna go to my grave. My mother ain't gonna know some of this stuff. Amen.
Amen.
Yes, ma'am. The little things we did tell her, we had her sitting at the kitchen table crying one day. I didn't know y'all was into all that. I'm like, uh-oh, don't tell her nothing else. She'll call the police on us.
That's funny. Yep. So yeah, this episode has been interesting, dealing with the current event in a very well-rounded way. So you ready to close out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I hate to close out early, people, but I'm gonna be up early going to work tomorrow. I got some slavery to do.
Well, so you call it slavery?
Yes, ma'am. Only work I like is sitting behind a desk. I will do anything, but I only like sitting behind a desk. And tomorrow it's kind of cold outside. I'm gonna be out in the field. I probably have to go I probably have to go dig a couple of holes, or somebody wants their leaves cleaned up in their yard or something like that. I'm gonna be doing something like that tomorrow.
So are the leaves changing colors where you are?
Oh yeah. Oh
You should
yeah.
take that and share that, because they got something on the internet now talking about the leaves aren't changing colors or fall. It's not looking like autumn or fall season outside.
I'll get some.
Because over here, it's still 104 degrees just today.
Now, I did see some plants growing that shouldn't be growing, but they're hanging in there. Nice yellow, bright yellow on it. I'm like, you should have froze up and died already. This thing is
Take
just
a picture of that type of stuff, because those are things that mark the changes in time.
Yeah, when I go outside tomorrow, I'll get them.
Yeah. I take pictures. I love pictures. It ain't nowhere I go. If I see something, I'll be like, ooh, that is a beautiful shot. And if I can take it, I'm taking my phone out and I'm taking pictures. I'm gonna take pictures. And if you round me, you're gonna have to get a selfie, and I'm gonna have to get you with your natural. I mean, I prefer. I ain't finna get no selfie from nobody like Shabaka. That ain't happening. So I understand the fact that you don't want to be in.
When I was younger, I really didn't like the camera. I didn't want to be anybody.
I hated looking at myself. I hated seeing myself on camera.
I like seeing me. I like seeing me. It's just
I did it.
You didn't need to see where I was all the time. That's like evidence.
Oh yeah, right there.
I wasn't leaving no evidence anywhere. If I told you I wasn't on Grand Avenue, I'm not going to leave a picture of me on Grand Avenue at that day and time. It'll get used against me. For real. then one day the police asked me to take a picture with them. What? No.
Crazy hell.
You lost your mind.
You'll never be showing my picture talking about look at our buddy.
Never. You know, that's one of the things they was heated at me about.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take a picture with them.
Yeah, you were too smart for that.
Y'all are going through the neighborhood beating on my people. Well, why I want to take a picture with you?
No, thank you.
Y'all are trashing people. You want to take a picture with me? You know, I'm not giving you permission to beat nobody. You just want to take that around to the hood, be like, look at your boy, look at your boy. Now I'm getting beat up. No, that ain't gonna happen. Y'all gonna keep getting beat up.
No, thank you. No.
We're just trying to keep the community safe. You're part of the reason why it's dangerous. Tell me you're trying to keep it safe. Y'all forgot I grew up in this neighborhood? I didn't even know there was a gang called the New Hallville Dogs until the police told me I was a New Hallville dog. I'm dead serious. That's how I found out about the gang, New Hallville Dog, because the police told me I was one.
Wow.
Really? Wow. I don't even know them. Oh yeah, you run with them. I know you run with them. I go to school, back to high school, sure enough, there's a gang called the New Hallville Dogs. And guess what? I'm with them. How did this happen? There was no initiation. Nobody asked me. I didn't fill out an application.
Oh wow.
I didn't ask to be down. Nobody jumped me in. There was nothing. I didn't pay any dues. The police told me because the police told me I was a New Hallville dog. I became a New Hallville dog. Like, how the hell did this happen? Everywhere I went. Oh, you one of them New Hallville dogs. What? You live on Carmel Street. You a New Hallville dog. Oh my God. What's that? Associated?
Yep, guilty by association.
Guilty by association. Yes, ma'am. I didn't have the foggiest of what was going on.
Ain't that stuff? That's crazy.
I was an official gang member. I had a whole bunch of friends I didn't know I had.
It seemed like that's how the stuff would work in Chicago. Based on where you live. Down, and if you ain't down, you gonna wish some world.
But at first, here in New Haven, we didn't even have that. We just had different streets in neighborhoods, streets within neighborhoods where 10 guys lived. So that was a posse. That was a crew because they lived there. Not because no gang affiliation trying to make money, not because of none of that. Just because we lived there.
Right.
And then one day it all just changed to be more nefarious. We used to play football as a street. We wasn't out here doing dirt.
Yeah, who was that nefarious idea? Who created the idea in that mindset? It had to be somebody that brought that into somebody got in trouble to juvenile detention, learned the ropes, and brought that right back out. That's how they learn. And they bring it out because they want to teach, because they see how they got away with things. They didn't realize they was being with the whole time. You didn't really get away with anything. You were allowed to do that because they're the ones pushing it through there. Whatever you get away with, it came through them doors.
And so one afternoon, I'm taking the bus. When I got to go over to the New Hallville Dog area, and in my brain, I'm thinking to myself downtown, okay, I'm going to catch the D bus, the O bus, or the G bus. in order to get, and I said, oh my God, DOG. They named the gang after the bus system because these buses DOG been traveling throughout this area forever. So the city named us the dogs based off the bus system. Because I didn't even know we existed until the police told me we existed.
So
they named
it.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
As far as I'm concerned, the police created it. Because nobody in my hood told me about it. Nobody in the hood came and told me about it previously to the police telling me I was a New Orleans dog. I never had no conception of a New Orleans dog till the police told me that's what I was.
Wow.
Ain't that crazy?
That is crazy. Because they could have put different any letter on those buses, but they specifically put those letters to spell out dog, and then used it to make it more profound that anybody writing these numbers or this sequence is going to that area. And that's how they target things. They mark things.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So how come we wasn't the New Orleans God?
Right.
Same letters. Why can't we be the God? How you name was dog?
They turn everything backwards.
So I'm saying I've been through a lot.
People didn't see themselves enough to see it in the opposite direction. And that was the test. They passed the test, but ultimately they failed the test. They passed the test of the simulation of the programming.
But we never thought for
ourselves. They was probably just putting that on you because they knew you wasn't a part of it. They were trying to see who you really were. They knew you wasn't no part of no gang. They know all the gang members. They're the leaders of the gangs.
Yes,
so they already know who's in it, and because they look out for them.
Yes, man. And when I went to school the next day, that's when I found out. I say within that week. That's when I found out, oh, I'm a New Orleans dog. That's the neighborhood gang around here. Everybody was calling me dog. When I walked into a room, whoo, 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 whoo. That's what we used to do to each other. You know, you come into, what's it called? Assembly.
Yeah.
So I walked into assembly with a couple of other dudes. Woo, 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 woo. Everybody, what the hell? Bark back, nigga. What the hell is going on? New Orleans dogs. Oh, Lord, boy.
Well, were you a dog?
No, man. Because I say no because my mother ain't a bee. I say no because I had no idea I was supposed to be. And then when I saw the stuff they want, like one afternoon, I don't know why they was fighting, but we're at the neighborhood park and the park is jamming. So I'm sliding up to this sister. I'm talking to her. Running a little bit, yo, man, your boys over there fighting. I turn around and look. There's like 30 of my boys fighting one dude. Somebody climbed up on the fence and jumped down into his chest. You're not going to help him? For what? No, I'm not going to help him. You stupid. It looked like they about to kill him. Why would I leave her to run over there and go fight with them?
Right.
And I always made moves like that. I never did what the gang was doing and hung out with the gang and stuff like that.
Right. You were friends, but you wouldn't act acting out in an ignorant mind.
My mother would come to the school and beat all of us. And they knew that part too. So they didn't bother me when I pulled out of something. Because nobody wanted to see my mother at that school talking about, you wrong, brother. I'll call your mother right now. Get your mother. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's right. You don't want my mother to say nothing else. Well, what you smiling for? I'm about to whoop your ass when you get home. Go home and get my ass whooped. And then they stand there laughing all day. You know, you got tiger stripes and slave stripes from the belt and stuff around you. And nigga, shut up. Your mama beat you, I'll beat you too. we had fun. I don't sound bitter about none of that stuff, do I?
No.
Thank you. It was fun.
No, you don't sound bitter.
That's the last thing I want to do is sound bitter, because I feel like my childhood has afforded me to sit here right now, almost 60 years old, looking like, knock on wood, I'm 40, not 60. I don't have aches and pains in my body like I'm 60. So if it wasn't for my childhood, I wouldn't be here in this form now. So I'm very thankful.
That's what's up. Your birthday finna come. It's gonna be 60 this year.
59.
59 this year. Okay.
And I can still run. I can still jump like I could when I was 25. I don't have the aches and pains.
That's what's
I
up.
want to play football so bad.
You want to play football
so bad. So bad. I used to love that. The bone crushing noises we made on each other as we tackled each other stupidly. We played on cement, tackled football on cement in the middle of the street. So it was something that we loved. We used to get together every Sunday, and on this one field, we'd have like 5 games at one time. That's over 70, 80 of us in one spot. And this was during a time when people were dying left and right. People were getting shot up every single night. So from every neighborhood, we got 40, 50 of us on one field and never had a fight. No. And we would hate each other on the games. You know, we'd really be talking junk to each other. And, your mama too then. It never turned into a fist fight. Not once did it ever turn into a fist fight through everything that we went through. We sent so many people to the hospital though within the game that one year the police came and shut us down and told us that they was going to arrest us for simple assault on each other because we didn't have insurance. Where everybody going? We had ambulances pulling up on that field. Every hour, an ambulance was coming to pick somebody up. Broken clavicles, broken this, broken that, broken this. One girl, this is what got us shut down. Our team ran short of players. I only had a few skilled players, and one. I begged her until Sunday morning. I kept calling that house, begging her, please let him play, please. But if he gets hurt, he's not going to get hurt. Don't say that. We never get hurt. Just let him play. She let him come out Sunday. He was on the field thanking us, thanking, you know, we all call my wife. Thank you. I'm out here with y'all. We happy to be out here. Unlike the third play of the game, him and my brother bumped into each other, and as he fell to the ground, I seen his knee as it was stuck out. And when it hit the ground, pat, blood everywhere. I said, oh my God. We got to the hospital. I went with him. About 10 minutes after being there, I had to leave because his wife acted like she was going to shiv me. I told you he couldn't play. You kept calling me a fucking. I said, oh, Lord. All I could do was lower my head and walk out. When I got back to the field, I looked at everybody and said, who won? Wow, you don't care about nobody, do you? Nigga, y'all didn't come to the hospital. I want to know who won the game. Come on now. You think I don't feel bad? That brother leg up there, we put some money together and gave it to him, but it couldn't be enough, and it would never be enough.
Right. Oh, how's he doing in his later years?
Last time I seen him, he was doing good. They were still together, and she still don't like me.
Oh, man.
I jeopardized her family. And I'm not going to ever be mad at her for feeling that way and saying those things to me. Because I did. I was a pain in the neck, boy. I called every 5 minutes. You changed your mind yet? No. If Maine ain't my other linebacker, I'm going to lose. I don't want to lose. Please let Maine play. I'll think about it. Ring. Can Maine play with us Sunday? Please let him play. Damn near cost of his life.
And you feel responsible?
I did. Yes, I did. Because I begged. When I tell you I begged his wife, like somebody else might tell you, oh, he asked me, he begged for it. I'm going to tell you, I didn't beg that person for nothing. When I tell you I begged his wife to let him play, I mean, I begged. I do. Talked to him 3 times Friday night, 20 times Saturday, 10 times Sunday morning. I need Maine to come hold this other linebacker position on this field with me so I could win a game. And I didn't trust him. Maine knew what he was doing. It was my brother playing nose guard who didn't know what he was doing. Turned around, took my boy out. Whew.
Yeah. I don't know. That's crazy. Y'all had to be shut.
Yes, ma'am. And they did. They came and shut us down.
Yeah, that had to be shut down. Yep. That was too. That's dang. That was playing rough.
We took a lot of like you couldn't blow out knees, you couldn't blow out the center, you couldn't just throw the quarterback around. You know, we had certain rules, but then play the game though. And so we did. We played fear, we played hard, and brothers got broke up. And I'm gonna tell you, that whole we must have played for like 4 or 5 years straight. I never had an injury. One year I go to play basketball, I dang near broke my fingers just trying to get a rebound. Like, yo, this is wrong, man. That's when I quit basketball because I never got hurt playing football. One time in basketball, damn near broke my fingers off.
Yeah, that's not your game.
Not at all. I have no balance for it. Can't dribble. But don't leave me open for a 3-shot. I'll hit that all day. But how I got the ball to the 3, I didn't dribble it, dear. You threw it to me. You didn't throw it to me. And don't throw it to me thinking I'm going to die for it. I'm not doing anything special but standing in this spot I'm in, bouncing, chest bounce me the ball. I'll grab it, and I'll hit a 3 for us. After that, don't give me that ball. When it comes to stealing, I just smack the ball out of the other player's hand. Do not expect me to go retrieve it after I smack it. Just be prepared when I smack it. I'm serious. Me and the basketball are no friend.
I used to play basketball. I stopped playing when I got older. They started talking about doing some suicides. Y'all trying to kill me for real. I don't like. I quit.
Once I got used to it, I used to love that stuff.
You say you love it?
Once I got used to it, I loved it.
Oh, okay.
I look forward to it.
I played softball. I got hit in the face with the ball. My whole face went numb and tingling. I quit.
1 year baseball. I spent too long in outfield with nothing happening. So by the third game, I was done.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
I believe
that hot, sweating all day, and that ball don't even come your way.
Yeah.
No, I won't be doing this. And everybody's clapping and happy, and I'm like, I didn't touch the ball. Why are you all so happy? I didn't do anything. But your team won. I didn't touch the ball. I don't want to play this game. I don't feel like I'm a part of it.
You funny.
It's like chess. Don't sit me in the outfield for 5 innings and the ball never come my way. I'm out here for nothing. I might as well go do something until the ball come my way. Not stand there and hold your knees. Hold my knees. Yeah, all right. Once I get home and this uniform comes off, it ain't going back on.
That was it.
That was it. My God, the first time I shot a free throw in basketball, my mother yelled no. All the people in the gym who would be yelling no, my mother said no.
Why?
Why? Because she didn't think I was going to make it. I was uncoordinated for basketball.
Oh.
When I tell you, I'm serious. I was uncoordinated for basketball. Couldn't dribble, nothing. And my mother used to play basketball when she was a child. She knew. Yes, she knew. And don't let her see a basketball court. Now, sure, my mother come on there and dribble a couple of times, throw up a shot, and then she done.
That's what's up. For real.
But I like football because you couldn't tell I was clumsy, and I looked tough doing it. Because you could be bigger than me and hit me, I'll still get back up. And that was the tough part.
Right.
And since we was all gonna fall to the ground anyway, you couldn't tell how clumsy I was when I was moving by myself. Because when we hit the ground, I usually had somebody wrapped up in my arms, so it looked like this is what we were supposed to. I was falling. That's how I made the tackle. Oh God! Something wrong with me.
Well, it is what it is. I'm up in here. I don't I got some making some marshmallow treats.
Oh, okay. A marshmallow treat the back of these eyelids. Ready for
yes, time to go.
Oh, happy holy day.
Happy holy day. Thank you. Well, you have a good night. It's been another great episode.
Yes, I start gratitude to you and everything that you do.
Thank you.
Yes, man. And to all the people out there, even if y'all ain't here now, we love you. Thank you for stopping in. We'll see you again next week.
Yep.
Later on today, if you catch a back on Blog Talk Radio, get ready to laugh some more.
Right.
Him and Sarge.
Sarge going AWOL. Missing in action. Well, we're gonna close out.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to play a song? Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with. What happened?
Oh, nothing.
You go ahead. And El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia.
Well, I pressed it, but no sounds are coming out.
Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign. We are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now. Wave of thinking. So come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Good night.